Okay, we are live. We are live. Okay. Oh, and Wolfcrad. Quick on the draw. Proper first. Proper first. Board has been updated. So it's you, Stepagen, Alnus, and Verdant on 1, and Phyllis and Nova currently doing battle on 2 apiece. Now I'm pretty sure, yeah, last month again was Nova tying out. So it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see if we end up with another draw this this month. Okay. So yeah, Kakazi, what and welcome. Come on in, come on in. Wolfgrad. Oh, forgive me. I'm off the coffee today because my innards are in something of a rebellion, which means I'm ravenously hungry. So I've got my my noodles steeping in front. We have an excellent game. We have crap loads to talk about. Valve learned how to count to 3, but not like you hope. Hey, Wolfcrad, lurk away, friend, lurk away. It's my job to be vaguely entertaining. Just emphasis on the vague. Oh, Kakazi, I'm so happy to hear you. Kakazi got a coffee machine.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So they're back. An inexpensive 5-cup maker as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. 5 cups, 1 person.
We used to have the ones that would make like 8.
The big pot ones.
Mm-hmm. And that's just what I would drink for my breakfast.
What's this breakfast for you? In fairness, the amount of days where I've made a cafetiere just for myself, that's basically the same thing, just stronger. And J-Post, what and welcome. Yeah. I mean, let's make sure everybody gets in before we talk about it proper. But yeah, Valve announced a whole bunch of new hardware today. Shout out to all the people holding out faith for a fucking Half-Life 3 announcement. But who knows? Yeah, Kakazi. Small. The best term I heard today was the Gabe Cube, and that has been making me laugh. Pretty much off and on. But yeah, I want to make sure everybody's in before we get talking about the good stuff. So, outside of that, I hope you're all doing splendid. I weirdly crashed out yesterday after the stream. Not like crash out, but like we did some Powerwash Sim after having... I'll be honest, those tortas were fucking good. Like, I'm not usually one to toot my own horn massively for cooking, but I'm getting real good. I think my next goal is to do the same thing I've been doing with my slow cooked pork, but to do it with like diced pan fried, kind of create almost like a slow roast, but not like continuously add the sauce to it and get it like real like thick on there. That's what I'm thinking. And Yeti, what's and welcome. It's going good. Good game announcements, good banter. My body, as I said, is a little mad at me at the moment. So I'm just doing a little bit of. I'm on the tea today rather than the coffee. I've been getting a craving to go back to Gloomwood. I don't know when Gloomwood's going to be done, but I'm really looking forward to playing that proper. Okay. So yeah, how are you all, you lovely Mother Hubbards? See, Wolfgrad fair. I have to set a specific time when doing slow cooking stuff, or when I'm allowed to mess with it, because I have that uncontrollable urge to constantly fuck with whatever I'm slow cooking. I'm hoping to try pressure cooking. All the fun of a slow cooker, but faster. But yeah, Yeti, Caffeine, J-Post, all of you, it's lovely to see you. Let me just, well, Dice, I'm sorry you're under the weather, friend, but there's loads of video game stuff to talk about today, and more good than bad, which is a lovely thing. And yeah, true, Wolfgrad, by doing anything in a pressure cooker means you get to sing under pressure as much as you like. And actually, it comes with the little like warranty you get with the slow cooker. Obviously, no one reads that, so they don't see that it contains all the lyrics to Under Pressure. But it does. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, see, it's funny for you lot now, but I'll be singing this for days. Lil Fire have to put up with it. It's the terror of knowing what this world is about.
I mean, it's a good song.
It is a good song.
Okay.
Oh, also, I got noodles.
Oh, let me see what I made.
What did you make? Oh. Oh. Like, I know, that looks real good. Like I told you, the whole like, well, I've only. You can pretend you don't see me at the grocery store. We don't have to do this. No, numbers. Gabe Cube.
I need someone to wrap it in just Gabe's face.
Yeah, well, the faceplate, changeable and customizable. It's like these ones where you can just like click it on and off. Yeah, it's
Reactor online, sensors online,
hey,
weapons online, all systems
who's coming to
nominal.
hang out today? Saren, whatso and welcome.
Viking 64 Friendo.
How you doing? You ready for us to fight even more bastard bosses from Dark Souls? We've got a while before more Night Rain. And Boo, whatso and welcome. Like, Virals has taken Night Rain to a level I didn't think humanly possible. He's just soloing, like... So now you can do repeated runs at depths where it gets harder and harder as you go down, and he just kicked Goatman in his Goat downstairs at rank 5. Oh no, to be, we can assume there'll be a companion cube for it. I'm just thinking of all the wonderful custom stuff. Do you mean throwing for Arturius? Sam placed first to the ground repeatedly? Yes. He knows what he did. Arturius is back. Arturius never left. I don't know, I really enjoyed Night Rain, and it's a fascinating little, if you're a lore nerd like me, it's fascinating in that it's simultaneously all about Elden Ring, but it's its weird like bubble universe. Hey!
Waves in British.
What are you all up to? I didn't think we'd have as many people this early, but... So, Saren, thank you for nearly 2 years of subs. And Kindball, thank you for many years of subs. How are you doing? And a tier 2 as well, Kindball, so seriously, thank you. Me and my noodles, thank you. So, I'll probably do a Blue Sky post in just a second. I want to get everybody in before we talk about game news today. But the TLDR is that Valve announced 3 new pieces of hardware, and they have very good implications. Alongside that, there's been some weird news, but there's also been a lot of things to celebrate. I.e., the game Dispatch hit its 3-year sales estimates within 3 weeks, which I'm very happy about. And also, Ghost of Yotai has done like 3.3 million units, and apparently is doing great in Japan. Like, I'm not a Japanese culture expert, and I don't know how like international samurai movies are received in Japan, but you know, it must not suck if it's doing great in like Sony's primary region. So that's really cool. Alnos, considering how many people have modded Armored Core bosses into Elden Ring, like, it's possible. 3 years, 4 months, according to maths. Maths? What has maths ever done for us, eh? Yeah, I'm in two minds. I want to show off Goodbye Universe and I want to support it, but Before Your Eyes fucking destroyed me, and I have been very fragile this year. I don't know if I can do that level of emotional breakage on a recordable format. And if you haven't played Before Your Eyes, it's very good. Oh, I'm well aware. I know that team. Well, and Caffeine, the reason I wanted to highlight it is, again, everybody in their fucking shitey C-suite dad is trying to push this narrative right now that, you know, if you want to make a big game, you gotta cut corners, you gotta lay people off, you gotta panic. And actually, no, it's not just indie success stories and breakaway hits. Like, a big game made in a big way can sell big. You know, the industry is a lot more healthy and a lot more stable in terms of people buying games than we are led to believe by the sheer number of layoffs and stuff like that. It's really important to say, like, it's really important to point to these ones. Well, no, so Caffeine, Baldur's Gate 3 is too unique to use as a data point. Ghost of Yotai is a AAA game for modern hardware made in a AAA manner that has done extremely well, right? Yeah, I know. That goose has been tripping Littlefire up all morning. Hoffer says, "Don't look now, Will, but there's a horrible goose behind you."
Oh yeah, it looks like a tap my feet.
Yeah. It actually does. This isn't a bit. Caffeine, Dad of War did do good, but don't look up how long it's been since Dad of War came out. Well, yeah, Alnus, and that's the other thing, is that, like, Arc Raiders is saying, like, oh, we're so poor, we can't afford to have voice actors, we have to use generative AI. Dispatch is like, we hired people off of TikTok. Vershi, Watto, and welcome. Yes, the goose did come with a bow. It was a gift from Baron. You know what the coolest thing? Hang on, whilst we're... the coolest thing is the bell underneath. It's a magnet. So you can stick anything magnetic to it. I considered putting a little knife on there, but seeing as how many times the ghost has injured me or another person, I don't actually want to give it a real blade. Lest it live out its darkest goose fantasies.
You make him angry.
And to be no, they used generative AI to generate NPC lines. Now I understand that the line between text-to-speech and generative voice stuff gets a bit blurry on a technological side, but it's really based on like what services are being paid for. There are companies who generate voices based on performances, as opposed to having the technology to make the robot do the funny voice speak as it happens live. Anyway, I'm glad everybody's getting the fucking memo of Arc Raiders, well, fuck it, whatever. Because it pisses me off because, like, Nexon put out a whole thing which is like, oh no, everybody's using generative AI in their shit. That it's the norm, whereas what we know is that it's only people really at like a managerial and above level who are using this shit. No one really wants it. And Kimball, yes, they are two different software. The thing is, there are companies selling kind of like the whole package where everything is generated and then provided. I don't want to start naming names because I ain't giving them any props. But like, suffice to say, we've had text-to-speech for years. That is not anything new. But anyway, the thing about Dispatch is it has a huge cast of both like named and no-named individuals, all busting out incredible performances, which is a big part of Dispatch's success. Like it is a post-Telltale style story, and it has been doing great. And it makes me really happy. Because, yeah, I mean, we shat on it yesterday, but, you know, Sweeney running his mouth, the Nexon guy running his mouth, like, people at a managerial level think this is an inevitableness, and I cannot wait to see them fucking die on that hill. Oh, yeah. Well, and Jamami, this is the thing as well, like, we need to deal with this stuff on a case-by-case basis, but assume if a company is using generative AI for voices and stuff like that, assume evil until proven otherwise. You know, using placeholder lines, using, you know, text-to-speech lines before your actors can get into the booth, or before you can get your people in-house, that's fine. You know what I mean? But don't come at me with something like Arc Raiders and say like, oh, we're so poor, we can't afford to have people do bugs. Yes, you fucking can. Get in the fucking bin. Sorry, I promise we're going to talk about good stuff. There's this thing called manufacturer consent, which I think about a lot, and I don't think that Arc Raiders was conceived as that, but it feels like it. Manufacturer consent is like, you know those cute videos of like Boston Dynamics robots like pulling a sled for Santa and doing cute things around it, even though the Boston Dynamics robots will serve two purposes: menial labor and military application. Seeing the cute little dog bots doing cute things is manufacturing consent with you ahead of time, but that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Anyway. And yeah, virtually pretty much, unless you are paying somebody who is a big named individual, like comparable to everything else in video game creation. But also, you can use in-game talent. You know what I mean? Anyway, fuck Arc Raiders. I'm not letting them off their bullshit. And someone did point out that of all the games where, you know, boycotting it and telling people about the AI stuff could have an effect, Arc Raiders is a big one because extraction shooters rely on bodies. They need people running around, they need people getting items, they need people who are either fodder for good players, or they need, like... Extraction shooters always have a declining number of users. It's not like MMOs where the more time you spend with it, the more you're likely to be involved. Yeah. Well, and Caffeine, the problem being is, like, I forget. Squads like... You know, squads like us are highly discussed, but loads of people did not know about all the AI bullshit in Arc Raiders. Loads of people. You know? So I can't be mad at Lur and folks like that who aren't as game savvy as we are. You know? And please forgive me stuff in my face. And yeah, Kimball, they can replace the lines later on. But like, if you're gonna do that, just read the voice lines out yourself for placeholders, you know? But anyway. The point isn't fuck them dickholes. The point is Ghost of Yotai Dispatch doing incredibly well. Games made the old way, released in the current market, doing great. That is a wonderful sign. And Caffeine, like, I'm not here to talk about, like, other stream folks. Coke Carnage is not a poor man. And Angel Kalina, way cool. Trundle to work, trundle back. That sounds glorious.
Django Fett didn't want his son to become a barista running a chain of boba tea.
Thank you for the 200. So... Oh yeah, TLDR, Erika Ishii, still winning. So... Today is not a day of rage. Today is not a day of hot-boiled bursk. Today is a day of GameCube. Now, I wish I could take credit for it. I really do. But, and seriously, J-Post, thank you for gifting a sub to Angel Kalina. It's fucking cool of you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
J-Post, heckin' yeah, thank you. You're on the hunt. Although, I think Little Fire's probably going to take House Carl Hunter this month. J-Post is gifting subs like there's no tomorrow.
Clicking.
But you currently hold record.
Oh, trying to take my spot?
Well, either way, J-Post just made Mecha Noel the Jarl, so there we go. Seriously, thank you. And Mecha Noel, I'm happy I can tell you all about like cool games that are worth your time. I do my best to keep up to date on which studios are doing dickhole maneuvers. And yeah, Mecha Noel, what is your Jarl's decree? But look, I'm going to prefix this conversation by just saying that no billion-dollar company is our friend, right? They're not our homies. They're not coming down the pub for a pint. But of all the not our homies, Valve have consistently been more consumer-focused than the others. Like, we talk a lot about Steam and Valve and things like that, but you know what? We haven't really had a mass enshittification of Steam. Comparable to pretty much every other fucking service we have to deal with. And I do pick Valve apart a lot, but that's because
I was reading that Unity devs are more likely to read classes. I guess without them, they can't see hash.
They can't see sharp. Get the fuck out of my house. And then please come back. And Wallosaurus, if you are tired of the world, friend, crack yourself a can of what you fancy, pour a bevy, and let me give you some Steam-flavored hope. As you've probably seen by now, the Steam Deck has been a success. So much so, in fact, that other platform holders and manufacturers have been trying to, like, step to the beat. You know, the ROG Ally was supposed to be Xbox's answer to this maneuver, and it has ended up being, what is it, nearly $1,000. Not really worth it. The Steam Deck has been kicking ass. You know, and you will get why, right? Like, it's not just that it's an affordable piece of hardware. It plays all of what's considered like the PC bangers, right? Like, it comes with the back cat of Steam. Now, there is a user expectation in terms of what does and doesn't work. Like, you're supposed to look to see, is it Steam Deck verified and whatnot. But if you own it on Steam, you can try and run it on the Steam Deck. They won't stop you, right? It is not closed hardware. If you can put the game on Steam, you can put the game on a Steam Deck. And as of today, they announced 3 new products. So we're gonna start with the Steam controller, because it was the first thing I saw when I woke up this morning. Hang on, let me bring up the, where's the Eurogamer article? Yeah. So this was the first thing I saw after waking up this morning. And I can't help but look at a regular controller in cargo pants. Like, literally, this is all I've been able to see all morning. Feel free to bump my meme if it makes you laugh. But I'm personally not a fan of the touchpads. I know some folks really like them, but it feels like it's going to be a weighty one. But then again, I do remind myself that I used to have a fucking Xbox keypad. So, you know, out of everything, this is the least interesting of the 3 announcements. But the big 2 are the Steam Frame, a new VR headset, and the Steam Machine. Now, for those of you who are old and cranky, you will remember that Steam did a Steam Box push back in the 2010s that didn't land. The problem being, it was confusing, it was a bit of a mess. Steam Big Picture Mode is still bundled into Steam and can be used to turn a PC into a standalone piece of hardware. Now they are launching just a box. It is standardized hardware, and it is going to be building off of the Steam Deck, in that if something is Steam Deck compatible, it will absolutely run the Steam box. Now, they've shown a few big titles in their initial launch, like Silent Hill F, but also just a buttload of indie stuff. This is a very powerful move right now, because we are all in a state of economic downturn, and a stable machine that runs a fuckload of your existing games, that's powerful. Caffeine still on the Steam box would be good for a living room media station. Well, at least from the announcement, they're fine with you running like software on it. They don't care. Now, whether or not that software will need to go through Steam, that's another question. Yes, but Scotty, they did say the chipset is custom. So, but the reason why I'm so excited about this is that this is a reaction to the current state of the industry, right? We're broke. Large numbers of the regions which would usually be the most stable for video games are in a state of complete fucking chaos. So announcing something that isn't the new paradigm, that isn't asking you to spend $1,000 and buy all new brand games and things like that, it's smart. Now offers, it'll be whatever is running the Steam Deck, which I believe is a flavor of Linux. This is essentially a reimagining of their original dream. Now, for those of you, again, who aren't old and crusty, what happened back in the day was Microsoft announced they were going to be moving to a closed platform. Now, they walked this back, but the whole thing was that Windows was going to be much like Apple. Like, you buy a Windows PC. Any programs or things or games you want to add to that PC would have to go through the Windows Store. So Valve turned around and went, cool, here's a flavor of Linux that you can just fucking go for. Now, the Steam boxes didn't take off. They were very confusing, and they were being manufactured by third parties, so there were like multiple different flavors. Also, I'd still personally say that Steam's Big Picture Mode is a mess, and every time I have launched it, it has made me every time I have launched Big Picture Mode, it has made me angry. Okay, so What was your first decree, Mecha Noel? Play more indie hip hop and punch your local Nazi. Okay, firstly, yay indie hip hop. Secondly, palm strike. If like me, you have not been conditioning your hands, palm strike. And I can't adhere to your request to listen to Broken Social Scene because it will get muted. But that is a good use of your power. Yes, and Evil Geek, like the Windows App Store stuff was yet another one of those things that Microsoft does where they decide they're going to do an all-in on a new idea, but then kind of half-ass it as the different parts of the organization fight back against each other. You know? Ultimately, Windows walked back their closed platform thing, and so we were left with yet another iteration of the games to Windows Live that kind of sucked. No, Mecha Noel. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying palm strike. Alright? If you've not been working on your fists for the last 10 years, you know, a flying punch may very well result in what I did, which is known as a boxer's break. But a palm strike, especially if the bones are all aligned, is far more stable and less likely to result in permanent injury. Elbows are also good. If you see Sniper Elite on sale and want to practice, want to snipe Nazis from a distance, you know, just things you could do. Wolfenstein, always there for playing. Anyway, but yeah, so Valve attempted to do this earlier on. It did not land, but they left Big Picture Mode in, and the Steam Deck was really their big win. And the Steam Deck is a big win because it is affordable, and it plays the kind of stuff that people sit on Steam and play. It plays Stardew Valley, it plays Balatro, it plays a lot of craft and survival games, it plays a lot of like long-form strategy games and things like that. And now you can play those on your telly, on your lap. Like, they really did look at what people were using the Switch for and then just injected the Steam library into that, which sounds very, very simple. Obviously, creating hardware is wildly complex. You know, not just from a design standpoint, but from actually physically fucking making it and getting it into people's hands. You know, Gaben delivered a few of the first Steam Decks personally. Well. So, this is a big win. Now, they have also announced the Steam Frame, which is going to be part of this little ecosystem, right? Now, the Steam Frame is going to be their newest VR headset. Predominantly, it runs games on itself natively, but it is also designed to be a streaming platform, i.e., you run it on your Steam box and you stream it to your headset. This could allow for things like Half-Life Alyx and more intensive VR experiences to be easier to access. The fact that it does not need the Steam Machine but could, I think that's pretty powerful. Again, VR's not going to take over the world, but Half-Life Alyx is still one of the most impressive experiences I've played in a long, long time. And you could very easily create some really impressive experiences in that. You know what I mean? And true, Scotty, true. But again, they've, at least from what they're saying, you will be able to run VR games natively on the headset without the use of the box. Which, again, I don't remember who it was this morning who called it the Gabe Cube, but that has been making me smile. Now, yeah, Scotty, it does depend on the price point. They're saying that they're going to be keeping it comparative to, like current hardware, but current hardware right now is anything from, like, $350, $400 to $900, so big shrug. So Kleinball, I've had this conversation with a lot of people about like VR's uptick, and it comes down to two things. One, it's the comfort factor and the isolation factor, not to mention the accessibility factor. VR has the lowest amount of accessibility of anything in video games. You have to have full body motion and good vision to be able to use VR. That is not everybody in our space. If you don't have like fully working arms that you can use for 4 or 5 hours, well then all right, you're then limited to VR with a pad. But at that point, would you rather be in your space? You also have to have vision that works with VR and not have the kind of brain that makes you physically sick. So like, I don't like, everybody talks about why VR didn't take off, and VR took off as well as it was ever going to, and that's cool. Like, even if the price point comes down, like, there's also the isolating factor. If you live with other folks, sitting there with your fucking VR headset on, you're basically just shutting other people out, which can be good, but more often than not. Which one was it that added the whole, like, you could see the person's eyes through it, and that was supposed to, like... God, that shit was weird. Apple Vision, that's the fucking one. But yeah, Alnus, it's a niche product, but serving a niche well. And Valve have pretty much acknowledged that. Like, this is the thing. This could be your entire gaming ecosystem. Now, over on the indie side, this has been great. The Steam Deck is pretty much now the standard baseline spec for making an indie game. And loads of indie devs have been buying these instead of PCs to take them to shows, to demo them. Because if you weren't aware, the Steam Deck, you can plug in a mouse and keyboard and a monitor and just go. I mean, that's what Lil Fire's been doing for a whole bunch of our gaming, and it's good.
It works,
Yeah.
It's really good.
I mean, you're not going to get the highest quality super visuals, but yeah, I could run around as little Alan Wake in Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
Like, which I can't even make jokes about because you won't get them. Just as Alan wrote me. Yes. Alnus, right now, this will set the baseline for what your PC game needs to aim at. Because one of the things that's really difficult is, so you're familiar with the concept of like the financial call, that all of these big companies that have shareholders and stuff like that they get on a call, and the people who are either board members or who own enough shares will be listening in on the call, but the call and its transcriptions are made public. And what has been fascinating is listening to especially Capcom and Sony talk about how like PS5's not doing good. Now, it's not doing bad, but it has not taken off like they expected it. Square Enix have side-eyed because they really thought that Final Fantasy 16 was going to do fucking gangbusters. And due to its lack of pickup on PS5, it has not done as well. Capcom are lamenting how like Monster Hunter Wilds is not doing as well as Worlds. And we commented on this at the time when the PS5 was like announced, along with its price point, that we're moving into bad money times. People don't have the bank to just drop. And Austin Spafford, like, that's really good to hear. VR chat was a big part of people's lives during lockdown. But yeah. Monster Hunter Wilds went very, very hard with its minimum spec, and that did result in it having a very, very negative reception on PC. And with PlayStation being one of its other primary platforms, which it didn't get picked up at as well, like... It's interesting. But now, here we're going to have a standard spec for PC games. Hang on, I forgot I left up the how many times Will has died in Silksong counter. Zotte's hubris. The other thing being is, and I talked about this a lot during the PS5 stuff, is that Steam has one superpower that nobody else fucking has, and that is that Steam is Steam. If you bought a game back in the 2000s on Steam, you still own it. It's still there. Now, is the game... Oh, you bastard. Fruit fly. Now, does the game work on your current system? Shrug. That's up to you and the game creators, but the game is never gone. It never asks you to rebuy your catalog. The main hardware publishers have been doing this thing where, like, Nintendo always does one generation of backwards compatibility. Sony kinda does? Like, in the past, they've done, like, a version that will have backwards compatibility. I fucking get you! Sorry, where were we? Alna says, get goodwill, use the chopsticks. One day. I got shaky hands today, so I can't. You know, otherwise I'd totally be able to do it. But yeah, so why is this so good? Well, one, if the Windows ecosystem falls over tomorrow, boof, you get a box. You can play your video games tomorrow. Well, okay, 2026. And, like, Microsoft is not immune from fuckery. Like a lot of companies, they're going all in on AI, and that is a piece of kit. Sorry. The AI bubble will pop. It does not make money, right? And right now, so many different parts of... So many different economical pieces are tied into what is about to be like a small detonation. How much that affects the tech industry, you need to talk to somebody who really knows that space better than I. But one of the things that has been discussed is that if Microsoft suddenly takes huge fucking losses due to the AI bubble pop, like, who's going to hurt? Windows isn't going to disappear tomorrow, but they would absolutely gut the shit out of their Xbox division. Like, they ain't our friends. They don't care. You know, the gaming side has already been in, like, crosshairs within the org after they spent all that money to buy ActiBliz, right? Now, has ActiBliz made that money back? Who fucking knows? We're not gonna know. Like, I keep saying, like, the wheel is turning. The problem is the wheel hasn't stopped turning. And I don't know where it's headed. You know, as I've said, like, the US is no longer the dominant game developer in the gaming scene. Like, the scene's not dead. Games in the US, coming out of the US will still do well, but it's no longer the place where games are made. Like, Japan, China is going to overtake that wholeheartedly, and Japan will probably be the dominant leader because they have the creative freedom that the Chinese games industry does not have. Eriman, you know what? I don't think it's a question I want us to get into because you probably know the answer and it's not good. It was like, I don't know what's going to happen when the AI bubble pops. I don't know what's going to happen to Microsoft. I don't know how that's going to affect the gaming division and stuff. But this is a bit of hope. If they all fucking eat shit, we'll still be able to play games on these. You know what I mean? And it won't be asking users to buy into a new ecosystem. This little Steam box here doesn't say, hey, this is a brand new console. Look forward to buying all your games again. It's like, nah, this is a Steam box. Oh, you already bought that game 10 years ago? Don't worry about it. It runs. You want to play Fallout New Vegas? Go for it. Right? You want to play Half-Life 2? Boof. There is. You want to play Half-Life 1? You know? That's not a move anybody else can pull. Alnus, exactly. And again, I am not saying that Valve are great and wonderful and perfect with no flaws. They are a billion-dollar company. No billion-dollar company is our friend. Yeah, Ehrman, that's what I figured. So yeah, this is hope. This is hope. I like it. You know? Hell, if it wasn't for the shitiness of like the Windows authentication system, that little deck right there runs Sea of Thieves, and it runs it good. The only reason we haven't used it as much for that, despite its intention, is that getting it to log in to Sea of Thieves is like pulling teeth. And again, the Steam controller, if it works for you, I'm super happy. Every time my thumbs touch the weird little touch pads on the side of Steam Deck, the force feedback feels really uncomfortable. Well, Vershi, maybe, you know, once the paycheck comes in, and depending on how we're feeling, maybe that's a houndstooth bar evening. Not today. Not today. Anyway, please spare a thought for the Half-Life community. They genuinely thought they were getting a Half-Life 3 announcement today. At this point, it's self-harm. Like,
Welcome to the fucking club. Welcome to the club.
Little Fire's still mad we didn't get a Bloodborne announcement yesterday.
I would be 97 and a half years old in a diaper in an old folks home. You know, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. Fuck you, fucking PlayStation, whatever they're called by that point.
Bear with me just a second. I'm just muting the mic for a second. And there we go. It's hard to tell who was the inheritor. Still posting Bloodborne, Kingdom Hearts, or Half-Life. Half-Life is the OG. Like, Kingdom Hearts, they got their Kingdom Hearts 3, and they're gonna get a Kingdom Hearts 4.
Kingdom Hearts has 17 fucking games across multiple platforms. You can kiss my left toe.
You were gonna say something else.
I was gonna say something else, yes.
Um,
But my Kingdom Hearts.
It's just Sony going, well, we haven't sold as many PS5s as we want. And the first thing Little Fire was like, oh, if only there was a game that would cause everyone to buy PS5.
You could literally just do a Skyrim. Just do a Skyrim. Release a you know what? You know what you can do? I have it. Todd Howard actually knows what he's fucking doing. All you have to do, re-release Bloodborne. Give it like a legendary edition, anniversary edition, and just let me fish. Let me fish in Bloodborne, resell it to me, and I'm good.
Yeah.
That's it.
$80, sell like
That's it.
hotcakes.
You could sell it to me for $250. I guarantee you I will buy it. Okay. That's all you gotta do. Boom. Now everybody's gonna buy a fucking PS5.
Yeah.
That's it.
There will be fist fights for the Bloodborne Collector's
You
PS5.
could give me one new cutscene in Bloodborne. Don't tell me where it is. Just say there's one new cutscene and charge me out the ass for that game. Boom, bought.
Yeah.
You don't even have to update the game. I don't even care. You can say, yeah, there's something in it that's new. It could be a cobblestone on the bridge with the cleric beast, and oh my god.
Bravo, bravo!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Although J-Post is right, that's gonna be some weird fucking fish.
Yes, but interesting. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm sorry to take over your shit.
No, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, again, one of the other things from today was the Sony financial call, and it's... Oh, Mecha Noel, what and welcome. It's... Alright, the two takeaways from the Sony financials is that Sony's doing fine. They're going to be focusing on Japan as their... Japan is going to be, once again, their main focus. If you're not in Japan, then you might get some scraps, but... So they announced they're doing a much, much cheaper version of the PS5, which would be the equivalent of about $350. It will not be released outside of Japan.
Which is why it's fucking cheap.
Exactly. But they have been lamenting that the PS5 is not sold as well as they thought. They keep saying things like, you have to learn how to interpret money speak. Hang on, let me find it. Was it gi.biz? Oh shit! Huh. Everybody at Sega's getting a pay rise. That's cool. Here we go. Because the thing is, when it comes to financial calls, when it comes to like CEO money speak, you have to translate. So here we go. Our view is that compared to conventional console life cycles, looking at the PS4 life cycle, it seems to be getting longer and longer, said Tao. Especially the PS4, which launched in 2013, has been over a decade since then. There are many active users enjoying the console, and they are enjoying other consoles. And this was to comment that the PlayStation 5 is in the middle of its life cycle, not towards the end. I.e., yeah, it hasn't done great, but it's only halfway through. It could pick up. Like, you have to learn to translate those. The big sad thing, though, is, yeah, the Sony financials are... They're dunking on Destiny 2 hard. Like, Bungie's in a bad way. The thing that pisses me off, though... Sony's live service game segment accounts for more than 40% of its first-party software. Like, it's doing really well. But it's not doing the numbers that Bungie and Sony agreed upon when they did the acquisition. Like, I think we'll see Marathon, but I don't know for how long. Like, when Marathon launches, play it at launch because it might not be around for very long. Well, I read another article where they were talking about how, like, they don't want to refer to Marathon as an extraction shooter. And usually when a title is trying to eschew its genre definitions, it means somebody's freaking the fuck out. Will Marathon last as long as Concord? I'll be honest with you, Beard, like, it's not an impossibility. What Sony have said is, well, Bungie won't be shut down. Bungie is being broken down into parts and then will be distributed across Sony. Whether or not they'll keep Bungie as a brand, I don't know. But it might... I mean, this was a thing that used to happen in the 90s and the 2000s where a studio is bought, it does poorly, it is then rebranded as like Sega Australia or something like that, you know? So, I'm just... Obviously, Bungie's a local operation. They've gone through so many rounds of, like, layoffs and bullshit that I'm worried for them. But in the same breath, what the fuck were those sales figures when they agreed to the acquisition by Sony? What?
Destiny was... Sorry.
No, you're...
Destiny was already in a shit, like, bowl. So why would you make that merger thinking it was magically going to increase.
All I could assume is the people who made the most cash off of it fucking bailed right after.
Yeah, because I mean, like Destiny was already not doing well. Microsoft already has people on their ass. Take two piles of shit, put them together, it's just a bigger pile of shit. And what were you thinking was going to happen? You've alienated your fan base, in terms of Destiny specifically, and that's been a thing for years. What did you think was going to happen? I don't understand the thinking.
Oh, and Shitaru, what and welcome. So yeah, in terms of other game news stuff today, there's been a couple. I mean, obviously we've mostly been just having fun with the Gabe Cube. Oh yeah, and just for those of you who just gotten in, so that the good news of today is Ghost of Yotai has done over 3 million units. Sorry, 3 million sales. And Dispatch hit its 3-year sales target in 3 weeks. Now again, I know those are very, very big games. Those aren't usually what we talk about here, but it's just an important reminder that interesting, good, creative games being made the old way still sell, right? Oh yeah, no.
It can't just be all small studios. The big fish have to exist too.
Yeah. It's what keeps the ecosystem like. It's what keeps the ecosystem growing. And Vanderbeest, thank you for the pine glass. And Shitaru, absolutely. I was there congratulating our snail friend this morning. We're still doing a big snail day on Saturday. So I hope to see you all there. And if you haven't seen it, it's time to pick up a copy of Snail Simulator. If I can learn to spell. Oh my god. My hands aren't working today. So yeah. This is what we're going to be playing on Saturday, friends. And if you haven't seen it before, this is Snail Simulator. It costs $5. It is made by a good friend. And it just hit overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which is 1,000 positive reviews. It also has a gigantic longship in there. If you and your snail friends snail over to the longship, you get a little Viking hat. That's for us. Yeah. I mean, Scotty, I don't want to go down that route too hard because I don't want this to be just a day of, like, raging at BizDev wankers. But like, so far, none of that tech has proved to be instrumental in anyone's success, and none of that tech has been received well unless it has been completely hidden. Users don't like it, they don't want it, and the only way to get away with using it is hope that your users never find out. That's not a good way to do things, you know? One of the interesting things is that Arc Riders, may it rest in piss, Raiders, whatever, fuck off, that game is one of the first encounters with extraction shooters that a lot of people are getting. Because remember, Hunt Showdown isn't an extraction shooter. It's a, you know, a PvP shooter, but if you die, you roll a new character. In that one, it's more about like random loadouts than getting your gear out. Tarkov is discussed a lot in PC terms, but Tarkov is not an accessible game. You have to buy it through their sites, at least before it launches on Steam. And it is a very hostile game. And I say this as somebody who played a lot of it. I mean, we're playing Arena Breakout, which is on Steam, but that's a free-to-play title, and it's only going to interest a certain squad of folks. The cycle kind of lived and died. Also, interestingly, that one got killed mostly due to, you know, rampant hacking and users just quitting. Arc Raiders is one of the first extraction shooters that's really gone wide. And that's why we're seeing it get picked up. The AI bullshit is working against that originality. DJ Coyle, of course they fucking do. God forbid people be acknowledged for the work that they do on a game. Oh, we put everyone's name in the credits. Did you give any info for who they are or what they do? No? Oh, brilliant. I love that. That's so cool. Okay. I'm trying not to lean too hard into the nonsense.
Have you ever wondered where all the art from
Shush!
Green...
No!
Have you ever wondered...
No! Ignore that strange disembodied voice. And you know, Kimball, credits are one of the hardest jobs to do in production. The irony being that, if you think about it, it shouldn't even really be production's job. It should be HR. Does HR not know what people do?
No, HR doesn't know what HR
No. I mean, I could say, but then I would have to say some very honest things about HR in general, and we're not ready for that. So, have you ever wondered? Have you ever had a dream? It's kind of what the guy sounded like. Maybe he grew up. Oh. So yeah, just jumping back.
Have you ever wondered what that strange disembodied voice was?
Wait, Vanderbeest, you can hear the voice too? Vanderbeest, thank you for the bits. Seriously, thank you.
Snipe.
Numbers, the Uldum is yours. What will you do with this newfound power? Oh. Sorry, Vanderbeest, numbers, thank you for the bits. And seriously, numbers, what is your Jarl's decree? Because that's not getting bumped off. Sadly, numbers, I can't make that promise. Because I know yours is right close to Christmas, New Year's. And it's December's... Yeah, I've already got December 5th booked out. But we'll work something out. Yeah, like I think next week is like the only week we don't have it like too much locked in, and then from then onwards, pretty much through until January, it's. And I mean, like, this is the busy time of year. Like, this is where things get wild. I don't know if it's safe to put Jeff and the Goose together because one's going to learn from the other. Did you show them? Actually, has anyone not seen Tiny Jeff? This was in Freddy's.
I didn't think
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in freaking Freddy's. Hit him.
Hit him.
Adorable. Yup. He's just a little guy. Except for when he's not, and I'm scared. Virtually, you know, I'm good. I'm okay. I don't need that. I don't need that in my life. So yeah. Oh shit, Kyball! Happy birthday! Should I open with that? Kyball, happy birthday, friend. I'm sorry about the gig. And, like, you're not being a downer at all, friend. Alright? Believe I promise I would tell you if you were. So yeah, Kindball, happy birthday.
It's true. Trust me all the time.
What, happy birthday?
No, I forgot.
Not true.
It's true. Who are they gonna believe?
I'm so tired. And besides, Kindball, it's your birthday for as long as you want it to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, what, you not heard of birthday Boxing Day?
My birthday hasn't ended.
That explains why I'm so tired. And, you know, before we get on to cool video games and stuff like that, like, between the Steam Deck, between games selling really good, like, it's important that we take these moments and remember that, like, games aren't fucked. They don't have to be made with AI. They don't have to have this shite. They're doing just fine. Like, it's good. Number said, well, TMI! I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't even make the joke I wanted to make. Okay. Sorry, I apologize there, friends. I went to space for a brief second there. So, I think that's the long and short of it for game news and stuff today. Again, please spare a thought for the Half-Life community who got themselves fucking convinced that Half-Life 3 was going to be announced today. So much so, in fact, that multiple Steam and Half-Life Reddits had to ban Half-Life 3 posting until after today.
Why did they even think that? What happened?
So there are a bunch of like websites and YouTube channels called like Valve Insider and stuff like that, and they look at every tiny piece of detail, every update, every line of dialogue, code, and press release that goes out. And they had all ascertained that Valve was making a big announcement today,
Right.
which could only mean Half-Life 3, of course,
Right.
of course. So, they got themselves so worked up. That's the question. Are Half-Life 3 fans delusional? Are they hopeful? Yes and yes. Yes, two things can be true. Like I said, I haven't heard anybody except for us talk about Half-Life Alyx and how it's Half-Life 2 Episode 3. Like, that's the thing, like, they made more Half-Life and no one talked about it. And I guess because everybody either kept Sturm or everybody assumed everybody else had played it. Like, God. You know, Trashcan, I know the exact video you're talking about, but I cannot remember anything from the... I can't remember the name of the game, the Kickstarter, or what have you. Oh, and so Saren, I don't know if you're still lurking. I meant to mention it. One thing I did see from the Night Rain DLC is that the bastard multi-elemental dragon is going to be back. Now, I kicked his ass because I got lucky because he can't handle stinky rot breath. But I'm not looking forward to having to fight him proper because he's going to break me. He's going to break my little bird wings and he's going to feed them to me with some kind of barbecue sauce. Austin, it's a wonder. See, this was the thing I was wondering with Silksong. Had Silksong become a meme, or were people genuinely waiting for it? You know, Half-Life 3, are people genuinely waiting for it? Or is this the idea of it become this like mimetic, tantalizing non-promise? Like, there's definitely something in the human condition. I still check varying sectors of varying supermarkets, because during lockdown, a few of them started stocking Gundams, but they were very rare, so you had to like really search for them and maybe get lucky. And I've still got that pattern behavior, so I wonder. Found the Gaben video. It's not the make sure we don't. These things take time. Oh, it was a cameo for Clang. Jesus, I'm just looking at the thing. It says Clang is up now on Steam Greenlight. Remember Steam Greenlight? Remember that mess? I will say though, if you're bored, do look up the Gabe Newell announcer videos for Dota 2. The you have killed more than 2 players but less than 4. Like, they know, they fucking know. They're like, I can talk to you about why we haven't seen a Half-Life 3, and that unfortunately what it took to get Half-Life Alyx was basically sacrificing Campo Santo on a fucking altar. But the thing with Valve that's been so interesting is that a lot of their people are very tech and hardware focused. Like, from the documentary we saw about Half-Life, one of the reasons why we didn't get Half-Life Episode 3 was that they wanted to put new tech in. You know, newer than gravity gun type stuff, newer than like floating physics. They wanted to come up with a new physics gimmick to put in, and none of the gimmicks... Oh, Clang was cancelled in 2014. Oof. Yeah, so they worked on what was going to be like an ice tech for Half-Life Episode 3, but then they couldn't make it work. And yeah, they wanted at least a quasi-open world. Not open world games like we think of it, but more of like the, you know, hubbed exploration stuff. Favor 6, what's and welcome. Well, and the thing is, the physics gimmick wasn't made by Valve. The physics gimmick was made by a bunch of, I believe they were students at the time. And it was originally in a kind of Quake-like gothic lava game, which got reworked into Portal and Portal 2. So yeah. I'm just saying that like Half-Life Alyx was brought together as a VR game, and that managed to get it out the door. Because I can tell you this, like, Half-Life 3 has been started and fizzled multiple times within Valve. I can't prove that to you, but I know. Right? And it's the nature of an open, flat structure environment. Like, if you don't have someone forcing you to make a game, you know? The 2 hardest things about video games is starting them and shipping them and finishing them, right? And so I'm sure multiple times they got to the fun bits of making a Half-Life 3 and then went, ugh, no. So yeah. It's not, there's a non-zero chance we'll see a Half-Life 3. You know. During the documentary, they definitely lamented having not done that. But... you know, and Scotty, that's not a bad shout, you know. I don't know if the industry will survive in that regard to the point where we do see Lumen and Nanite as standard, but... and, look, I'll be honest, because, like, Favor 6 Caffeine were both saying the same kind of thing. Half-Life Alyx was brilliant. its limitations purely based on the fact that it's VR and closed. That team could absolutely make a Half-Life 3 game that doesn't suck. They could. An Angel Cleaner, go get a nap. Enjoy your day off. Do it. Snooze. Like, the writing in Half-Life Alyx is feckin' brilliant. You know, the structure is excellent. So good. And one thing that was really interesting is that if you play the FPS mod, which makes it just a regular shooter, the combat is stupid easy, but the core and the heart of it is still very good. It's not as scary, that's for fucking sure. Jesus, I still remember almost eating shit, getting jumped by head crabs in a hotel. That shit was scary. And the less said about Jeff, the better. Not that Jeff. Jeff. You know Jeff.
I can hear you.
Oh, so. That was a gift from Baron years ago. It's really cool. So, aside from nattering about Half-Life and hardware and the ilk, so today, friends, I have a very special game to share with you all. We are going to be playing Ambrosia Sky, which is part detective game, part like Powerwash Sim, dad-style game, part like mournful space opera. Maybe not mournful. You are sent into a
So what I'm hearing is there's going to be no Subnautica or Phasmophobia in VR anytime soon.
Scotty, it's not impossible, but it would need to be a very, very sizable. I think I put a price for it.
Drop that out, coward.
I'm trying to remember what it was, but I did say that for Subnautica VR as a playthrough, for how much that would shit me up, I did state a price of a big chunky donation. Like, and to be honest, if we have to do a Slugfest 2 Return of the Mac, that might end up being one of the stretch goals. Hopefully I don't end up having to do fucking 2 Human again, because that hurt me. Our Favor 6 says, Hail Premium Will, in the background somewhere. I can show him if you want. Oh, I've got to rotate the other way. There we go. But yeah, I'm not saying no to Subnautica VR, but I am putting myself through that I'm not putting myself through that without significantly bolstering a long ship. But anyway, so friends, this is the game we're going to be playing today. This is Ambrosia Sky. This did the rounds at Summer Games Fest, and we got to meet some of the team at PAX. It was very funny because it was another example of me explaining the game to people near the stand, and the devs kind of being like, so I guess I don't need to do anything? Jeffrey says, Will's not saying no, but saying please no. I think there's a difference. The difference is financial incentivization. I'll destroy myself for the right price. I am no less a mercenary than others. I'm just honest about it. So yeah, so this is the game we're going to be playing this evening. This afternoon, the time zone. It's one part kind of like cleaning, decontamination, and one part you're finding the people that were on board this vessel, and trying to find out what happened to them by examining their bodies. Now, one thing that's interesting about this is that it has changed from being like one big game to being released in parts. Now, I don't know if that means that this is going to be an early access title or if they're going to be released. I don't think it's going to be Obra Dinn-like so much as, you know... I mean, you know what, Kindball? We'll find out together. But the thing I wanted to point out is that the episodic nature of this does mean that whatever we play today will not be everything about this game. Now, if I'm being honest, I'd say that the reason they're doing it as an episodical thing is because they probably were worried that they wouldn't have the money to do everything they wanted and take it to launch. So hopefully this does good. Now, the thing I like about this is that this is an immersive sim game, but it is not an immersive sim in the sense of, like, you need to sneak around and stealth kill things. It's an immersive sim where you have to clean up mushrooms and strange weird alien bugs. Like, I mean, it's sci-fi power wash sim. It's sci-fi power wash immersive sim detective game. And this is what we're going to be jumping to in just a sec. Both Little Fire and I have been looking forward to this one. Though it did drive me absolutely fucking loopy at PAX because I could not remember the name. I do not think Ambrosia Sky is a good title, but it is what it is. You know, we've come this far. Oh yeah, so Ambrosia Sky is being sold as Act 1 available now. Play the first of 3 acts. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna get this launched and just get us kind of like in-game and nattering. So when you are ready, dear Little Fire, if you'd like to come join us.
Wow.
What? I mean, you don't have to.
Over here fighting with my power wash sim and I have to work now.
Such an ass.
Wow. And I get name called. This is crazy. This is crazy. I don't know a single damn piece.
By the old gods. The gunk? Well, I'm hesitant to compare it to Tacoma because we won't know until we actually get like far enough in game to see what the detective elements are like or the discovery elements are like. No, I don't want mission timers. What? Alright. Yeah, nah. Do it full screen. VSync on. Audio. Controls. Alright. Although it is quite funny to me that I'm stealing Little Fire away from Powerwash Simulator to come play Sci-Fi Powerwash Simulator. No, Powerwash Sim 2 has been our evening chill out game. It's been good. It's been good. I absolutely haven't power washed a penis on anything.
No. Definitely not.
Definitely not. I didn't make the gnomish teapot look very suggestive at all.
No. Absolutely not. Remove myself from my tomb.
Yeah. Jesus, that was your PS5 power cable.
It's fine. It was just an HDMI cord. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
Just don't pay attention. And you won't have anxiety.
I've tried that. It doesn't work.
Try harder.
Oh, it might be time for a cup of tea and all. Oh.
Tea break.
I think do you want to get in game before I make tea? Or does anyone want a cuppa now?
We'll just make one before you get in. So that
Okay.
once you're in, you're not taking a break.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not a full break, but I am going to make another cuppa. Do you want a cup of tea? Anybody? Oh. Happy babies? Happy babies. hello, hello. Sorry, we're just talking about Bloodborne. Y'all are talking about Powerwash Sim. The soap is the fucking best. Because I tend to be the soap sprayer, and then you do the old strafe and clean. No, it's really good. Like, joking aside, like, you know, yes, I have been drawing dicks on things, but your headphones are over there, aren't they? But the time-lapse feature is still one of the most powerful ones. But then again, I've talked about the whole, like, content as reward. It's been a thing since Super Meat Boy. I asked you if you wanted a cup of tea. If you want your Austrian steamed goat milk latte.
I want different colored soaps in Powerwash Sim. Kind of like a car wash.
Okay.
Like, but one that has, you know, the Trident nozzle. I want it to each have their own color, and then you just.
I want to put LEDs in the water spray so it changes the water color as it's going through. Professor Burp's Bubble Works, shout out, let's go. Alright, friends, can you hear the ambient science sounds?
No.
Can you not?
I'm kidding.
Fuck.
Ow, my ear. What if you broke my ear?
Can you break an ear?
Yes. Ears are actually very delicate.
Okay, well, no one has said, oh god, I cannot hear your mischief. So, I think we're good to get going.
Sure.
Of the 6 followers on Steam, we are the #1 Ambrosia Sky stream on Twitch.television. You don't actually have to pull your hood up, I was just...
We're here now.
Okay. I've seen Electric Fungus live. Like a Primus cover band.
Act 1.
The Rings of Saturn. As humanity spread into the galaxy, fleeing a dying Earth, a group of mystical field scientists called the Scarabs were formed. Where catastrophe strikes, Scarabs go. Their study of death in the cosmos would unlock human immortality. The Ambrosia Project.
Not yet, Favor says.
The cluster of rings around Saturn has an agricultural colony that's been met with one of such devastating catastrophes. Welcome home, Dahlia. Great. We have a level Arby's breakout.
Arby's.
Good luck, Dee. Dahlia, I'll be running dispatch and comms with you while you're in the cluster. Send me your observation notes and I'll analyze the samples you upload them. Same as always, I'm with you, Dee. The Scarabs want you to find and extract anything else that matters. And given it's Scarabs, it's probably gross. Probably an organ of some type. You'll know it when you see it. You know this place better than us. Okay. So I've got basic, I've got my spray. Okay.
Cool.
I can spray. Oh, and I got a cool little grapple hook. Okay. That's the only thing that I personally think that Powerwash Sim could use. Grapple hook.
No.
Okay. Can you imagine me zipping around, attack on...
Check.
Oh.
Comms are good. Okay. These are the observation notes from Scarab Dahlia Volkova. I've arrived at the cluster. Unknown crisis. Unknown death toll.
Dang.
Can you all hear okay? Dead Space cleanup might be a more accurate tone, but seriously, you'll see just like the hand-painted shading on this, right? Like I'm all about this art. Sounds good? Okay. Please don't blame us. We started asking Hale about it. Exofungus growing where it shouldn't, regrowing when we pruned it. More cluster lung cases than before. We saw grains of sand instead of a beach. Hale told us not to worry. The fact that we believed her is proof enough of how scared we were. Find those who stayed behind. I can't believe Gerald wouldn't evacuate. He just didn't want to come with. Said it was his home. Kept refusing me. He deserves a goodbye, even if he didn't get a good death. Look, everyone here did. Hale's still here, running a ship of dead into the maw of a beast she won't make eye contact with.
Not surprised Hale's still running the place. She loved this colony more than me. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so what have we got here? So that's an electric fruit and an exploder fruit. So the door is unpowered. Lab is locked down on quarantine, so I guess this is like the... Okay, this cluster is filled with an alien fungus. Each fungus has distinct fruit, which can be collected. Okay. Great quality! Alright. So help me. Okay.
You say the shadows when things cross the light are really good.
Oh my god!
The item, when it fell, it fell in such a way that the shadow looked like a person walking across. It was fucking spooky. It was cool.
Damn.
This game is cool so far. I know it's only been like a couple minutes, but
Yeah. I'm trying not to throw the praise on too early.
I mean, like.
Oh. Okay, we've got a Hadouken.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a little problem with... there we go again. Okay, Hale calls me for a scarab, but she won't even say her stepdaughter's name. You know what? If it means Dahlia comes home, Gerald, please leave with us. If they call Dahlia, it's too late.
Hale understood, she was the reason I left.
Oh, we got family drama.
There we go. And we have now kickstarted horrible things.
No.
Yeah.
When is being the person who turns on the power at the beginning of a horror game? When has that ever been? Oh god. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna hop back in our ship and we're gonna fuck right off.
You guys want to go to Chili's?
You want to go to Chili's?
Space Chili's at that.
Yeah, and I bet they still have the wicked crossover drinks. Fuck. Guess we're doing this.
Yeah, no choice.
Hey, Virals. How you doing? I was talking about you earlier. Dahlia's equipped with a chemical spray that will dissolve the alien fungus. Okay. Does it regrow?
Oh, will he read the book he found in the basement? Overguard, they call him.
Okay, there we go. Simple chaos with old, read the book he found in the basement, Overguard, they call him. God. Okay. Free game idea, which is totally simple and easy to make and not at all difficult. So it's a 4-person, like, co-op horror game. You know, your usual kind of like, go in, find the spooky thing, don't get eaten by the monster. The monster is chosen based on the player's actions, but it's a Twitch integration game. It's Cabin in the Woods, the video game, and we deserve that, because I want to be playing a game like this, and there's you and I, and we're like, all right, I made it to the basement. I think I found the tome to get us out of here. While 40 people are screaming at the telly going, don't read from that! Use the conch!
It'd be really fun.
Never gonna get the merman.
If you did that same concept, kind of like, was it Until Dawn, or all the Supermassive games?
Yeah.
Where you have that character who's asking you to look at these ink spots, and what do you see?
Yeah.
And that's, your whole team does that on their end. throughout the game, and that's what tells you what the that's what dictates what the monster is.
That would be pretty cool. There was supposed to be a game that used like a psychological test to ascertain like what your fears are,
Yeah.
and then use that to fuck with you.
Wonder if you can like eventually upgrade your stuff.
I think so. Though this stuff doesn't seem to be growing back. So I guess we can just blast the shit out of it. I can just see Isaac Hayes from Dead Space being like, must be nice! I had to deal with the monstrous corpses coming back to life.
Pause. The exofungus shouldn't be growing here. It's usually well contained. It has to be.
Did you hear that? There's nothing to worry about. The exofungus should be well contained.
Yeah, as we can see here, it's definitely contained in the entirety of the ship.
There is something interesting about the character concept here not being like, we're not space rescue, we're like space investigation. We don't get called until everybody's dead and fucked. As opposed to poor Isaac, who was just an engineer. He was just a guy. It tells me I probably shouldn't eat this. Sorry. I'm just going to leave that there. I'm going to clear out the rest of the fungus. I'm here to do a job. Yeah, it's... You know what? It's interesting because that whole, like, slice any enemy was such a big selling point back in the 2000s. You know, between that, Metal Gear Revengeance and things like that, you know, there was this idea that all enemy models were going to be stuff we could just cut apart. It turned out what we actually wanted to do was clean things. Do you want to run around in this?
I'm good.
I feel like I'm kind of, might be over-exploring a little this early on, but it's kind of what I do. Harvesting fungal fruit using Darley sprayer by cleaning the base to sever the fruit from the stalk. Fruits can be damaged, so take care when harvesting. Okay. Great quality. Ah, okay, I see.
Is it like the fungus?
It doesn't appear to be regrowing. It seems to be more like
Or I just
crystalline.
meant like with the fungus, if you hit a key point, kind of like how Minecraft, if you... Yeah, so then you don't have to waste so much time. You just hit a key point and the rest falls out. Even better.
And that was in good quality as well. Okay. Oh, but that one might have fucked up a little. No, just great quality. All right.
Now these little thingies are going to be important, I think.
They've got to be, because we've got one from here.
now.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, so we can get injured. Okay, cool. That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Oh, space beads.
We were both thinking it. We're both thinking it.
Send any updated transmissions you receive. I haven't found any survivors yet.
I looked at those and I saw badge 502 going. Oh yeah, so with these fragile, like, crystalline structures, I guess we have to not shoot the fruit, lol. But sever it without getting... Sever it without getting too hurt. I seem to be doing a good job. But yeah, like... We've been talking so much about, like, the business of games. We should have a long series of really good Dead Space games. But EA cannot handle their shit.
It's the fact that EA could and should be an absolute amazing powerhouse.
Yeah.
And instead they just keep shooting themselves in the foot. Because reasons.
Yeah. You know what? And it feels less like a shot in the foot. It feels more like they're sending wave after wave of their own men. Like, they could.
I guess that's where the difference of business and art never actually intermingle well.
Yeah. Because I do think you can. I think you can make art and business make sense together. Because I've always thought, like, I know what happens when you leave artists alone.
They do need structure.
Yes.
You can't leave... It'll be 5 hours before release, and they're like, well, let's start this game.
Mm-hmm. Dave had this great idea. We're going to go for a completely new creative direction. Backlog of variable seeds, thanks to crossbreeding earth crops with exofungus. Team is good. Love it. What? Isaac is basically Lister, and yeah, we should have Dead Space 8, the crossover with Resident Evil. And Scotty, yeah, a crossover between Phasmo and Cabin in the Woods would be perfect.
This is where...
Yeah.
Anyways, that's another game I spent so much time in. I do want to revisit it, because I'm still hoping that they kind of get it back together.
Yeah.
Anyways.
And, like, Phasmo's not bad.
It's not bad. The problem is that they came out, and this is the thing that a lot of people have, they came out with this concept, an amazing concept, and for them being the ones that did it their way, technically kind of first,
yeah,
it was great. However, they rode that for too long without improving or advancing it.
Yes.
And then all these clones, I don't want to say clones, but all the people came out, took that idea and said, you know what? I have this other idea for that.
Yeah.
And they did it better. That's the problem. There's only so many times you can release a map and think that that's going to overhaul your game.
Yeah.
And make it fresh, you know?
No, like 100%. Ah, okay. So this was the door sensor that was jammed up with the sparkly stuff. There we go.
Hi, human. I think we might have a mermaid.
Ah, it's just a Muckman. Muckman.
Meanwhile, the Muckman's sitting there like, ew. I just want to say hi, guys.
I just wanted to come out.
What the hell?
Completely pointless, but fun fact. There was almost a Left 4 Dead Cabin in the Woods crossover.
That would have been so good.
Yeah. If you look at, I think it's either in the trailers or in a very split moment in the actual movie, you can see some of the Left 4 Dead monsters in the different containment crates. Kind of wild how that was basically like SCP the movie.
My first time coming home in 15 years. And I don't even know who's alive.
Probably no one.
Yeah.
They are, they don't want to be.
Yeah, sorry, love. This is not looking good. I think this is the kind that regrows, but I'm not sure. I'm just going to hose it down. You can't take a guy out of Powerwash Sim, drop him in this, and then not expect him to clean everything. Virals, I hate it here now. I want more Left 4 Dead anything. Yeah, I mean, we got the Anacrusis, but the Anacrusis didn't sell as... Oh. Oh, it's the grapple hook. It just wants us to... Oh.
know if the directionals at the bottom meant anything.
But it definitely gave us a shock. Coffee. Hadouken. Nope. It did not work. It did not work. Okay. Okay, so those are exploder samples. Maybe Hadouken. But yeah, jumping back, we did get the Anacrusis, but you know, the Anacrusis didn't. Oh.
We haven't spoken since I left. She was everything to me. Once upon a time.
The Anacrusis just didn't make the kind of cash they were hoping, and so they've gone for like a community-focused thing, which is cool.
I always
But
wanted to see Saturn again.
oh, there it is. Was that the Batman jingle? No, I don't think so, Shatari. I think you're imagining it. Promise, I keep trying to use the Powerwash Sim controls. Ow.
Got it.
Zapped my feeties. Okay, how about full damage? Seems fine. Nah, I'd love to be able to do more stuff with like multiplayer games, but they're so fucking hard to make. Oh. Oh, we're in zero
This is
G.
where people evacuated from. How did the fungus grow so wildly and so quickly?
Methamphetamines.
You've obviously not heard of crystal meth. Oh, one thing that's noted, if there were timed things we had to do, I've turned that off.
Ah, okay.
Like, having played as much, like, Shipbreakers and stuff like that, like, the timed stuff doesn't make it pop. Oh. But yeah, poor fucking Isaac, who was just a guy in space. Here we are with all the goodies. Ow. Oh, it was growing through. Whose chair is that? Haha! I'm solving problems. Oh!
Oh yeah, maybe that.
Kaboom!
I mean, I get that it's contaminated and all, but hosing down an aquada generator doesn't seem like a good idea.
Everyone's a hater, Scotty. Everyone's a hater. You know, I'd say hosing it down is not the dumbest idea I've had all day. Solving problems or making them worse. Or making them better. They could be more on fire. No, Virals, the make it worse solution is called tequila.
What'd you do now?
Turn the gravity back on.
Is that where the sirens are going?
The sirens are absolutely unrelated to the alien infection, which I may or may not have started / solved. Oh. That's a lot of sirens. Yeah, sorry about that, friends. Apparently, someone who's totally not me fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kimball, it's got a little of the Viscera cleanup vibe. But, because like I said, Little Fire and I have been playing Powerwash, and I will say, it is interesting. Viscera cleanup did good, but not Powerwash Simulator good. And my reckoning is very much that...
Maybe they detected a little fire in Will's house.
Ah, da-da-da-da-da-da. Be sure to tip your waitress. But I realized that with Viscera Cleanup, that had something that I don't think gets discussed. In Viscera Cleanup, you can be wrong. You know, there is a fail condition in Viscera Cleanup. Or that is to say, like, you can make it worse. Like, in Powerwash, everything you spray and clean makes it better. In Viscera, you've got to clean your buckets. It's possible to track blood in places. Like, you can make it worse. And that makes co-op more difficult. Like, in Powerwash Simulator, at least not until the later stuff, you can't really have, like, quarterbacking. Like, if I start cleaning one place wrong, alright, you might have to come help me.
But can you clean a place wrong?
But if I did it wrong in Viscera Cleanup,
oh yeah,
you'd actually have to. Oh, I broke my bones. It wasn't smart. I'm going back to the med pit. I'm sure it's fine. I'm in severe pain. Yeah. I'm not sure it's coming from caffeine. And it is wild, like, on the, the accessibility conversation. You don't actually have to do tinnitus noises in your game.
You don't.
And honestly, caffeine, like, if it gets too bad for tinnitus folks, like, you know.
Yeah, is that not a setting, do you think? Or is it like audio? Like a song type?
I think it's a reaction noise to some of the things I've been clearing up. Joke's on them, I already have tinnitus.
What was that we were watching? I was like, oh yeah, my ears sound like that all the time. And it was the most high-pitched, obnoxious ringing.
Fuck, what was it?
I don't even remember. I was just like, oh hey, that's what my ears sound like all the time.
Yeah, my hearing's not great, so like I don't have tinnitus. I occasionally get the high-pitched noise, like I'll get it maybe like once a month. But I know like you, Kyle, folks, caffeine have the proper. Oh, you know, why did I shoot that at the window?
That's actually so clever.
What?
Just different ways to divide rooms.
Ah.
It's not what I was looking for. But it's sorry, I can do this later.
Okay, so we got the gravity turned back on.
That's just Will talking. Oh, makes sense. Got it. Valid.
So when people say like, you know, I don't need more Gundams, I assume they just hear like a high-pitched whistle, a series of clicks.
That's a collectible.
You're right, that was a collectible.
I can read.
Good at maths.
Exactly simple.
Yeah.
I would fix this. Just set it all on fire.
Hey, I've got all the fire in my life I need.
Put explosives in key parts of the ship.
And just blow it all to hell.
Blow it up. We're not like keeping the ship.
Right? We're not.
There's no way you're gonna fully decontaminate the ship. You're just not.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
Maz, I found a body. Cause of death, cluster lung.
That's nasty. So they've obviously been trying to grow like fungus for like food and stuff like that, but it's like rampant growing and it has just come out this guy's fucking chest.
Time of death, 48 hours.
Ambrosia sample non-viable. Scarab consent not available.
Not a candidate for the Ambrosia project. It's been too long.
Oh, he's been dead for 48 hours. Okay.
And I guess the Ambrosia project is going to be like the discs in Carbon Footprint or whatever it was bloody called. It sleeps, but it does not dream. If it dreams, its dream will end all time. God, fucking spam emails up here in space. I don't need more Gandams. I want more, though.
A Leviathan organ? When did the cluster start digging them up?
Wait, were we not supposed to get a Leviathan organ?
We are.
Okay, cool. Because I was going to go to Trader Joe's and get one.
Yeah. This just doesn't seem like a good idea.
Oh.
Maybe the Leviathan isn't as dead as we thought. Heading back to my shuttle.
Yeah. I think that's a valid endeavor.
Okay, so we took the Leviathan organ, which seems to have pulled the power.
And I take it this is probably one of the time things that you
Yeah, this would probably be the thing where you have to like sprint back to your ship. But honestly, I'm good.
Oh, damn. Yeah, this is definitely a time thing.
Okay, yeah, so the organs here are what power this. So the gravity generator is powered by this thing, and it got filled full of like the sparking stuff, so.
Jeez. It's wild.
Shoot that front door. Yeah, let's see what it throws at us now.
Mold.
Should have cleaned that mold before you got out here. Alright, what's it gonna throw at us in here? It's gotta be something heinous.
Yeah.
Or maybe because I cleaned it all out. Nope, never mind.
Perfect.
Perfect donates.
Maz, if Maeve is here, if she's... No. I can't think of her as dead. I'll find her.
Okay, so it wasn't quite as severe as they were making it seem like. Damn. So she was hoping to find some people that she knew from her, like, family here. Okay. Yeah, numbers. Yeah, Trader Joe's does sell Leviathan organs. They started doing them the same time they did the little cute Evangelion tote bags.
Ooh, you can craft.
Ooh. Alright, so research upgrade. Sprayer. Powerful spray, basic spray.
Okay, good.
Where's the foam? Health increase.
Fire damage?
Spray canister backup. A sticky tether that attaches to fungus allows tethering to fungus to use any available surfaces, and then a soft tether that doesn't deal damage to fungus. So that would mean that we could just grapple the fruit straight out. That could be very powerful. Ooh, a spray that does not deal damage to fruit, allows more precise cleaning and harvesting. Flammable. We just burn this shit. Honestly, I think harvest spray is probably what we need. Like, we have to get that. Because we need, well, we need the more samples to get the upgrades. Okay. Recharge seems more useful. Alright, so did we get any more messages? Got a lot of messages. I'm gonna come back to these. Okay, so we're taking the samples of dead space people to try and finish the Ambrosia project, which I guess will be human immortality, you know, that old banger. So we just did B-ring evacuation.
There's 2 collectibles in that. We only found 1.
Okay.
There's more fungal contamination here to be cleansed.
And there's the Parker and Walsh Farm or Dr. Gabrati's spore harvesting facility. Dr. Galbraith got a little handsy at the Christmas party, so I'd be more inclined to go to the farm. You remember him, right? Like, he was over by the punch bowl.
Oh, yeah.
You'll remember the doctor, right? Do you want to have a fly around to this one?
Fine. You have to hold it.
I totally knew that. Number says, your commitment to some bits is truly impressive. Thank you. I do try. Okay, so you're looking by a farmer by the name of Gerald Parker. He's a late consultant on the Ambrosia project, submitted during the crisis. Scan indicates he's recently deceased, hopefully still within the 48-hour viability window. All right, let's go find ourselves a farmer.
Maz. I remember Gerald Parker. He was crotchety. To everyone but me, it seemed. I think he hated my stepmother more than I did.
Oh, I'm cleaning. Because it appears like the green fruit doesn't regrow. The other stuff does. Yeah, you can see it regrowing. Damn, that's nasty. Where's the little button to show us, you know, what pieces we haven't quite cleaned yet? Because I'll be honest, I'm missing it. Okay. Now, in theory, this powerful harvest spray should... Great quality. Oh, that is kind of cool that it's leeching power from different areas. If we sever the circuit, it stops being able to leech power. Sorry, yeah. So Numbers, I can't remember the name of the guy. It was an old comedian, American dude with a guitar, and he had a song called Damn That's an Ugly Baby. And it's been stuck in my head for 1,000 years. The thing is, I've not looked him up because... Oh, it's not blood. Rust. I haven't looked him up because chances are he's probably turned out to be a knob end. So for as long as I don't look up whether or not he's a jerk, I don't have to know. Okay. Suck a lemon if you hate it. Man, is everyone going to be such a butt? Anyway, balls. Some electric samples. I get why they've done this game in these kind of like leveled sections. You know, it works for Powerwash Sim, but I don't know. I feel like I want to play Prey. Like
Electric fungus shouldn't be here. This was an earth crop farm.
For a so-called scarab, you seem very surprised by how not things are happening. Okay, so this is our first person. Time of death, 48 hours, yes. Ambrosia, non-viable.
Did you try to evacuate with the others?
I will say again, like, the space helms and the way they're coming out of it, great way to do people without having to animate people.
Yeah.
Don't need you to come visit. Gerald, this is your 4th warning. I know a rat. It's not rats. Okay, the alarm's off.
Alright. Maz, hope the alarm didn't interfere with the recording too much.
So with this... in theory... Fuck.
Cool. Now you gotta get rid of the...
Yeah, I just burned this shit down. I did not mean to do that. Okay, so I started a small space fire, alright? Who hasn't? Get my small space fire. Then those who have not burnt down a space station cast the first stone. Orzine Watto and welcome. Welcome to Ambrosia Sky. I don't know, it's Powerwash Detective, right? Now, I tried.
Oh, dang.
I've never seen this advanced of a case of cluster lung before. It's... I hope you're at peace now.
Oh yeah, no, having a mushroom explode out from your lungs through your face is super peaceful.
Maz, scanned another victim of the crisis.
Mars is not talking back to us. So, what I was supposed to do there, for those of you who just joined us, is those weird little fruits, like our exploding clusters. What I was supposed to do was clean it in such a way that the fruit would fall without exploding, so I could then harvest it. I didn't see the big cluster. I floated in there trying to get all the goodies. Blew my own face off, like in that movie. I just blew my fucking face off. And the rest is history. So we now missed...
Oh. Now we have enemies. So that's the thing he was talking about. And he was like, I know rats. That's not a rat.
That's not a rat. So we have to keep an ear open for varmints. Directed by Michael Bay, starring Jared Leto as the guy getting his face blown off. God.
Critters used to hide from us before, but now if they're out in the open, then things are much worse here than I thought.
Okay.
Damn. Again?
I didn't do anything!
Again? Well, we talked about this.
So I was trying to think of like I don't know if it's necessarily bad that we let the fire rage, and then I realized that we just won't get any fruit from this.
Yeah.
So maybe it does want us to come back with better kit for collectibles and stuff like that.
Probably.
Simple Cajun says, you know, I just blew my fucking face off sequel. I just reattached my face. It was a really good send-off. It was. No, unlike that movie Send-Off, which was not good. So, friends, I'm going to put forward a little suggestion. Alright, so this is good. This is very good. But I've realized that I'm sitting here somewhat monosyllabically cleaning. One of the reasons that I don't do Powerwash Sim on stream is because I will ignore all of you lot, and I'll ignore you, and I'll just be here like...
This is good, though.
It's really good. And I don't... Because this game definitely needs our help, and it's fucking good. Trying to get zapped. Ironically, you actually have a few seconds with the zap crystals before they get you.
You're gonna die.
I'm just gonna go limp back to the healing station. Orzine says, question about the fire. I feel if it's pink, that's not good.
No, we just threw those little fire thingies in it.
That's what the mushrooms are made out of. Also, pro tip, don't cook a burger over those. Tastes weird.
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to cook over that. It's okay. Tetris DS.
It's a weird way to say original Tetris on the Game Boy, starring dun 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 dun. What the fuck?
Enemies. Ally.
Oh, so some of these vomits are trying to take us out.
I mean, yeah, you're killing its home.
True, we are... I say we. I am the problem here. Yeah, so the pink reactor was on pink fire, but that's fine, right?
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is, both to you and I, but also to your lovely selves, I don't think it will be a bad idea to potentially have a second game to rotate onto today. Not because this is bad, but because I'm worried I'm gonna zone out, and I'm not gonna do that thing. You know, the thing where I talk and we talk together. Because this is really good. That is extreme heat. Okay, well, I know what extreme heat is. I'm like, where is it coming from? Hey, look. You can't spell fumes without fun. You can't spell fumes without fun.
Uh-huh.
Look, I put the fun in fundamental lack of spelling. Because what's interesting about this is even when the time stuff turned off...
You've upset them.
Set them off. So in here, there had to be a way that we could have like gotten to those exploding fruits before they set off and burnt this half.
Yeah.
think I'm just gonna like run and fucking grab it. Oh, okay, so you can't grab it while being zapped. There we go. I want that on a t-shirt. I want to be able to quote that on my about bio, but with the sigh, yes, Will, you're a comic genius without measure, unappreciated in your time. Reviews for Viking Blonde are coming in. Okay. Dearest Hale, I know you try to spy on our supply list. I've said before, you don't need to know our supply levels. Supplies are for us.
Gerald never let Hale off the hook. Good.
For the record, I've heard that Jennifer Hale is a lovely person. A legend in his own lunchtime. Let that be my legacy. Will Overguard, lunchtime legend. Yeah, I don't know if this is a shooty gunbang kind of day, or maybe we'll just bust out one of the spooky games I've had on. Because that Lighthouse Keeper one could be really good. The Cthulhu Lighthouse Keeper.
I don't know what else do you want to do.
And if you want to have a run on the next one of these levels, it's really good. It's super meditative. It's got just enough puzzles in that it keeps my mind engaged, but... Oh, that guy's not even showing up for a scan. He's a special kind of dead. Yeah, friends, I'm just worried that, like... Oh, that's bad. I can feel myself kind of, like, settling into that lovely rhythm, which is great for a day of gaming. Like, Favor 6, Kindball, those of you who've been really enjoying Powerwash Sim, like, once you're done with that, come play this.
Gerald never let the pasture get this badly overgrown. The crisis hit everywhere. Everyone.
Cheeky heel. Vernon Flow with. I mean, I'm sure there are worse Wills. 2 out of 4 stars. I'm not allowed to return him. 2 out of 5 stars.
How far are we into Powerwash Sim?
Pretty far. We're like 6-7 hours.
Yeah, but in terms of what was the last map we did?
The last one we did was the carnival.
Oh yeah.
The shooting gallery. Oh, and Saphira, what a welcome. I've watched more than 2 hours. I'm well beyond refund period. Oh, virals. Can you imagine trying to return me to the store? They'd laugh. And get to the boat, Watto, and welcome. I'm genuinely excited for the GameCube. Like, that's the game changer industry-wise. Oh shit, I fucked up. It grows at the same speed it burns. This was not my smartest move.
So while you've been sitting here.
I've got an idea. My idea was not good. I have made the fire worse. store clerk. This has clearly been used. We don't take soiled returns. And there's just me, like, hung up by my shoulders, like... So yeah, so get to the boat. Lovely to see you. What and welcome. We're playing Ambrosia Sky, which is basically sci-fi power wash simulator with a cool, like, neon acid, bless you, story. It's good. The only problem I'm having with this game right now is just that the power wash simulator elements are so good that it's kind of killing my ability to hold a conversation. Simple Chaos, it could have worked. I mean, fire in space isn't that dangerous, right? Right? But yeah, the Steam announcements today were real fun. Although it did crack me up that the first thing I saw was the new Steam controller that just looks like a regular controller wearing cargo shorts. Like Rob Liefeld's personal controller, you know what I mean? But yeah, so get to the point. When you came on in, I was just scheming that we might need a different game for today for stream. Not because this is bad, because this is heckin' brilliant. Like, this is the single-player power wash sim. Scotty says, we'll just talk about, it took another, okay. Some of us have to actually tab out of Power Wash Simulator to type. It's a good game. Like, if you weren't here earlier, basically me and Little Fire have been playing Power Wash Sim together in the evenings, and it's been lovely. Like, it's just been on the split screen because it doesn't have crossplay. And I don't think it works on the Steam Deck.
Probably does. I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah. Whether or not you want to play on the Steam Deck is another matter.
I mean, I have the controllers and stuff. And it's kind of connected to TVs, so it's not so bad.
I guess so. At least get you some Chivos that way, you know? Alright, look. I'm gonna put my hand up and say it. Maybe setting this whole place on fire wasn't my smartest move. Oh! I burnt the fungus. That makes me a hero. And yeah, and Delta can craft a spray that conducts electricity. Use the electric spray to reroute sources of power in the environment. Oh, so we're gonna need to come back here once we've unlocked the other stuff. So if I spent our resources on non-viable.
Oh my god. This wasn't Clusterlung. What happened here?
Yes, we know about the tether. I'm just looking at these like little slimers and shit. The slugs are out.
Like I said, just blow this whole thing up.
That's starting to seem like a really good idea. I'm not gonna lie. Hang on, if I... There we go. Who wants to start some house fires? Okay, well that could have gone better. It's kind of messed up that we don't actually... Oh, fuck. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Ma'am. I do not need you getting spore lung. Yeah. But it's also like Hard Space Shipbreakers is awesome, and you haven't had a chance to play that yet. Like that one, that's a one to play like by yourself with a glass of whiskey, but it's so good, especially if you turn off the timed nonsense. Don't worry about it. Don't even. It's fine. Everything's going according to plan.
Right. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, he's climbing up. You're right.
Oh, he's nasty. Okay. So we started a couple of fires.
But when I start a fire, all of a sudden it's a fucking problem.
Okay. So I guess we're supposed to like grapple to the center and then get through?
Yeah, probably.
I might give this a chance to burn on out. But yeah, so that's the only thing I'm thinking is that if I do end up being too in the paint with this, like, what else can we roll into?
Yeah, choice is yours.
Pay no attention.
Wah!
Don't know why I did that. It's kind of like my emergency draw list, but I think I need to drastically update my emergency draw list. Desolate. We're gonna do that together at some point.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Your job's poops. Yeah, I guess static dread would be the only one that I'd be.
Okay, that's what you. I'll probably go back to Powerwash.
Just gonna go zen out. Okay, that's fair. It's just this game is really good. I just find myself just kind of being like, you know. For as much as it's playing like the spoopy nonsense and stuff like that, and I think as you get into this, you'll probably end up wanting to get through areas like this and get the most amount of like resources and fruit and whatnot. There's not a limit to how long you can be on the tether.
Just like gull it all over again.
Damn, those guys are nasty. I think. Oh, my knees.
Oh yeah, you did turn the timers off. You did
Oh,
that
yes.
applies to your tether.
That's a good point. Like that. I hear you, you little shit. Damn, that's nasty. I'm gonna get jumped by like a face hugger, aren't I?
I should hear that in your walls at night.
It's under the. Oh, you little bastard. Yeah, so far on this level, what we've seen is that, aside from Will starting a huge fire, we need additional upgrades to access like some of the hidden bits of it. definitely want to get the tether that lets me pull, like... Oh no, it just broke. Alright. I wasted the fruit. And the special fluids don't recharge, just are like usual nonsense. Okay. Avenger, there's no Smokey the Bear in space. He's a terrestrial cryptid. In fact, when you think about it, the whole idea of rocket propulsion flies in the face of Smokey the Bear's morals. Fuck off. Scotty says, yeah, the recharge takes longer as you get older. Firstly, how dare you? So get to the point. We were talking about that earlier today. Like, I actually haven't had hands-on with Final Fantasy 16, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. Not a comment on whether or not it is good, but one of the interesting things is it has not sold as well as Square Enix was hoping. And that combined with the info we got from the Sony financial calls, basically the PS5's not selling as hot as they thought it would. Unlike this fucking fungus fire that I appear to have started.
Heck yeah.
Is protective of this place, of his farmers, of me.
Does anything sell us Queen X's hopes? That is an excellent point. They were famous for saying that the Tomb Raider reboots didn't sell according to expectations, and they sold like 5 million units. And then one of those like, am I the asshole if I'm mad that my game didn't sell 5 million units? Yes. What's up?
This vehicle.
Oh, God.
It's dying.
Oh, dead vehicle Jeff. Yeah. It's been a long time coming. Oh yeah, no, so gets the point. That's the thing I always try and make sure that I'm talking about, like, how things are doing in terms of sales predictions and stuff like that. If you're enjoying it, fucking power to you.
Oh, there's that too.
What?
At this point, the way people's paychecks are, you have to pick which AAA you buy first.
Yes.
If they're buying COD or like something like that, Final Fantasy's probably taking the back burner, just something like that.
It's not like back in the day where, you know, you could afford to pick up Final Fantasy 7 on a whim because your mate said it's a bit good.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore. But AAA games cost too much.
Hmm. Okay. That one fire. Let's go start another.
Gerald's apartment. I've never been here before. You liked your privacy. And a
How
clean
much did a
place.
game cost? $10? You're right. Or
Prices took even that from you.
$10 little dollars.
You've never set foot in a game store, have you?
Must be new here.
Yeah, it's... I mean, we've talked about it in the past, but it does worth repeating that, like, you know, in the AAA space, they're all freaking out because games are costing more and more to make. But that's also because of how they make the games, right? You know, it's not like... If you're shooting a movie, right, you have people, they go on set, you record them, you edit them, you put that movie out. Like, you can take shortcuts and things like that, but ultimately there's a standardized format. When you're making a game, fuck. You know, what engine are you using? How are you developing it? What's your pipeline? What's your process? You know. Yes, games cost a lot to make, but maybe we should be making games in a way that doesn't cost more to make. But the problem is that would involve a lot of managers and a lot of C-suite folks changing their entire lives.
Well, I guess it depends on. Like, that's when you have to decide what's more important.
Yes.
Taking the time to change your shit around so you can save money and make something good, or
I'll be out of here soon.
niche online. I don't know. At that point.
Yeah. And you know, the thing that annoys me is that when this discussion comes around, the industry folks like, you know, we should be charging more for video games because they cost so much more to make. And over here, we're like, we don't have more to give you.
I mean, you can. By all means.
I wish
Charge
I came
more.
back sooner.
You're gonna be upset when
You stubborn hogs.
huge demographics aren't buying the game.
Yeah. And you've made a game in such a way that you have to sell it to huge
And your
demographics.
game could be amazing, but if people can't buy it, what does that even mean? Congrats, you wasted money? I don't know. Ooh.
Yeah, I think this is the first person we found who's actually going to be a candidate for the project.
Dang.
Gerald Parker, The Cluster, year 2240. I'm only recording this because Lori says so. But I don't care what happens to my body. Heck, I'll be dead. Make moonshine or save humanity. It's yours now.
Aww. Begin the bioremediation.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Close enough. Welcome back, Soma.
We never left. And Soma 2 is wild. Not the path I thought it would be going. Ambrosia project's almost protected. Return to airlock.
Is that it? You just gonna leave him there?
No, I think we got his thing. Yeah, I think we got his thing. When we get back to the ship.
You never let me down when I was a kid. I'm glad I was the one to do this for you.
Yeah, Jamoni, that whole scene was lovely. And it wasn't... I don't know. I'm not always a big fan of indie titles that use loss as kind of a main mechanic. Because sometimes it just feels like you're just farming me for my emotions, you know? But no, so jumping back, so Get to the Boy was talking about how some people don't even play single-player games, and that's true. Like, multiplayer games appeal to a more... I hate how we use the term casual, because they're not casual users. They're people who have lives and jobs and, you know...
Oh, you broke it.
broke it a little bit. They have the kind of responsibilities that mean they can't dedicate the time that they might want Hadouken! To playing the things that they might like. Okay, work with me here. Oh, all right. Table not good. Ah, so these are the collectibles. Where the fuck are we? Oh. No. Nasty. Oh, perhaps this is like the, if we were getting out, this is like the short route or something. Oh, that's...
Gerald would have done anything for Lori. Even in death.
So, when we come back here, there are areas we can now get to once we unlock the lightning stuff. So I guess that's the idea, is kind of like revisit it, unlock stuff. Alright. Yeah. Streamer calls out games making them feel stuff. I just mean that if you're going to discuss topics like, you know, family and loss, you got to earn it. Got to earn it. Anyway, so jumping back. So yeah, Verden, picking on Verden, gets the boat. Those multiplayer games, for a lot of people, they're the thing that they buy and they'll play for the rest of the season. Like, you play for an hour or two in the evening after work, and then you look after the kids, you feed them, and you pass the fuck out. Or whatever order that happens. Avengers, I vote we bring back normies. Now, the normies are a different class altogether. Because what I found is, like, you know, the folks for whom are predominantly multiplayer, they were game-centric back in the day. They just don't have the time. Will doesn't enjoy games with emotional depth or
It's not even
pathos.
just time. You have to think about how much mental bandwidth people have nowadays.
True.
We're working more than we ever have had to. We have more responsibilities than we've ever had to. Way more less than positive things than we've ever had to deal with. You just kind of want to zone out, play a couple games with some friends every so often, and then go to sleep.
Yeah. So there's more fungal contamination here to be cleaned.
That's what I pointed out before you went to the next map.
Yeah. Do you want to head back to the starting one to fuck around on, or should we? I kind of feel like I want to spend more time on the farm. Now we know it.
Whatever you want to do.
Hey, you're here. We're doing this together.
Yeah.
Also, I need way more resources to unlock the shit that we need, but I've got the lightning spray now. Okay. Powerful harvest, electric. Flammable. I'm a problem. Okay. Okay, so some of it regrows, but we're looking to find... Oh, that's cool. The stuff that we've cleaned out doesn't regrow unless we've left a bit of it.
Nice.
That's cool. Yes. COD, FIFA, Madden, sports games are bankable, and those ones are usually safe. Oh, we can't reclaim fruit, though. Interesting. Alright, now, if I start a fire on these guys, will that burn it out? Let's have a look. Might as well experiment, because we've done this area. Oh, cool! So now we've done the story bit, it gives us the Powerwash Sim style bars. Total. Entrance hall.
Nice.
That's cool. And Ozine, I do appreciate how GOG has been. I'd love to know how CD Projekt Red think about GOG internally. Because you've noticed that they haven't tried to make it their Steam competitor. Right? They haven't made it like the only thing that you can use to... Like, if you get a CD Projekt Red account, you get some extra goodies in Cyberpunk, but it's not mandated, which is very smart. we're not supposed to hose off the bodies just yet. Okay. Ooh, that's interesting. There we go. Yeah. Now, Ozine, in a smart world, GOG would basically be a power move. Almost, I don't know, not quite a... GOG would be basically a loss leader, right? You know, if me, Mr. McWillOverguard, was put in charge of GOG, I wouldn't look at making GOG a profit machine, you know what I mean? GOG's value is almost like, God, almost like a marketing asset. You know, for those of you who might not remember, and I guess there are still some folk who are vehemently anti-Steam, but when Steam came out, there were a lot of people who were against it. And they're predominantly against the DRM, essentially. Okay. Maybe there's an upgrade we need to be able to see what we've missed. Are you going back to Powerwash?
Yeah, I just kind of want to...
Hey, look, it's your day off. Alright? I'll keep these... I almost said these chuckle fucks. I am so sorry, friends.
See what happens when he's not muted? See what he calls you? See what he talks about you guys? Huh? See?
I'm getting some cheese bumps. But no, I got this. I might rotate onto a different game, so if there's anything that leaps out that you want to play together. And now I know what's up. I mean, tomorrow's Verho, so I'm gonna be busy. I didn't kill Bacon. Bacon's fine. I'm still making that joke. It's been years. But yeah. If you want to go for it, go for it. But yeah, so, as Edwin was saying, oh, and Edwin, thank you for that game, by the way. I am going to stream that. It looks really interesting. Okay. Hang on, I wonder if they're in the controls is like tether, crouch, interact, sprint. No, I just have to hunt for bits of fungus. Okay, entrance hall is done. Anyway, sorry. So ages back, when Steam first started taking up traction, there was a big anti-Steam movement because lots of people felt that DRM meant you didn't own your own games. That is a whole big discussion, and as we have noticed from other non-Steam platforms, that can be the case. Like, there are quite a few operations that have no qualms and just saying, nah, we're pulling the game. Sorry. And this has really eroded consumer confidence. But GOG was seen as the counter to that. There are lots of people who are GOG fanatics because there is no DRM and you can download it however. Now, that system is not very appealing because as much as we talk about, you know, game piracy, if you get a game on Steam, you have to have a Steam account. You can now share it with folks and do all sorts, but, you know, if you get a game on GOG, you can just pass it to a friend and they can download it. Oh man, we fully cleaned out storage. Go us. And the thing is, like, it's also worth noting that what systems users do and do not dislike when it comes to DRM has nothing to do with the actual implementation. It has a lot to do with the idea of it. Like, users are fine playing League of Legends, which you must be online to play. Users get very frustrated when they are told that they will need to always be online for something like, I don't know, like a single player title or the ilk. Okay, did not see this spot. And again, I'm not saying that the users are wrong here. It's just something that's worth discussing. Yeah, SimCity, I think, was the big one that put everybody out of whack because it did not have any form of multiplayer, but you had to always be online. No, Scotty. Why do these things keep following me? No, so GOG, when they say no DRM, they mean, like, nothing. There is nothing that stops you. That could have gone much worse. You know what? I'm just going to start a couple fires. Just let that one burn while we go do other things. Well, I guess we can do this as well. Okay. Okay, but anyway, my point being, GOG is not a great place to sell your game on because once it's on GOG, it's on piracy sites. If piracy is no longer a concern, be it through like games preservation or sales or what have you, then jobs are good. And sorry, going back to like what I was talking about earlier is that with GOG, just maintaining it for the good vibe, not the good vibes, for the goodwill, maintaining it for the PR of having a games library that doesn't require any de novo bullshit or any nonsense is really good. Because, like, there were lots of critiques about how like Cyberpunk was launched and things that happened, and you know, those negative concepts are valid. Hang on, let me. That's the whole. So where's? Oh, do we have to find a power source? Alright, I'm still learning how to do this. So yeah, jumping back is like, I would consider maintaining GOG and the cost to maintain it being a PR cost. They also have a feature where users can make a case for why certain games should be on GOG. which, FYI, is super powerful. Ah, there's a power source. Oh, I've been using the wrong one. Shit, I don't have enough. Woohoo! Ooh, and we can turn off the gravity controls here. Lovely. That's what I get for using the wrong stuff. Yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 was center for the GOG landing page for a very long time. It was a great PR move. And like, they say you can't buy good PR, but you kind of can. You know? It's not impossible. You know what, Virtue? I mean, you've got me on site, so it's got to work for something. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Stop monkeying around with the gravity switches. Some of us are trying to harvest in 0G safely. Okay. Yeah, this definitely needs something to let me know. There we go. Where stuff is if I've missed it. Alright. It's kind of like, I think Sony owned a lot of positive press with the PlayStation collections, the PlayStation classics and whatnot. They're not unfortunately easy in terms of like how to access. And there's a few other things that they've done that don't really... So, for example, like, for a lot of PlayStation Classic collections... Hang on. For a lot of PlayStation Classic collection stuff, you can't actually stream them directly from the PlayStation using the in-house streaming feature, which I would say is very silly, because I mean, maybe it's got something to do with like processing or how much it takes to get everything working, but they can't reap the benefits of having classic PlayStation games available on their platform. Like, if I want to stream Lost Planet 2, I can't just do that from a PS5. And it's rather frustrating. I do say so myself. And I do. Okay. So the tricky part here is that we've done 99% of this whole place. We've done the pasture. Private residence B. Private residence A is all done. So we're just trying to find one area that is almost complete. Which is very challenging. And I think it's that weird little hallway we were in. Yeah, see, this area is not showing a clean bar, so that means there isn't anything in here to worry about too much. Oh, shut up, mate. Dang marmots. Okay. So yeah, entrance hall, done. Let's have a little look around, see what I missed. Transport area, okay. Alright, head on a swivel, everybody. Something nasty has not been cleaned. God, this is like the equivalent of something smelling hinky in the fridge, and you're trying to find it. Well, so Orzine, I don't think it should need a thing to hunt down the last few moments, but it's one of the conceits that Powerwash Simulator has, i.e., if you're down to the last few bits, you can push a button in Powerwash Sim and it'll show you the pixels you might have missed. Because it's kind of hide and seek. Like, where is, you know, where is the item in, where is the plague stuff in question? I honestly, like, what I might do is go turn off 0G and see if there's something that I've missed, you know? Is it this stuff below here? I mean, we can try and fucking blow the shit out of it. That could work. Yes, Minnesota Smith makes a very good point. Powerwash Sim also has it. There's a master list. Okay. So you're not flammable. That's probably good for an explosive canister. No, that wasn't it. So yeah. And we've done storage, so it's definitely somewhere in the transport area. Oh, because what happens in situations like this is that the user doesn't know if it is an error or an oversight, because it's impossible to see all of these elements. And in a 3D environment, clipping issues can happen, no matter how good your team is, right? So how do we find the bit that I've missed, right? We know entrance hall is clear. We know it's somewhere around here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go turn off the gravity, and we're going to go float our way around this way. Now, personally, if I were making recommendations, I would definitely suggest to this project that users be able to clear all of this. Right, 0G is on. That users be able to clear all of this each time they do a run. You know what I mean? But I think they wanted to have the whole thing where you go in, you get the Ambrosia piece, and then you run away at high speed. Which is, again, totally fine. I ain't shitting on that. But I am going to shoot rockets in 0G. But the thing is, like, this area out here we've already cleaned. Damn. But yeah, anyway, so Minnesota's a myth. Everybody who's just joined, what on, welcome. Oh, good evening to you all. This is Ambrosia Sky, which is... You know what? I think it's safe to call it Powerwash Sim in space. It's a bit immersive sim. It's a lot Powerwash Simulator. It's very good. I may rotate onto another game in a little bit, just because my problem with games like this, Shipbreakers and the Ilk, is I get really into them. And I don't want to ignore you all and Little Fire and just be like, oh, dang it. I don't want to ignore all of your lovely selves and then be like, oh, no, I'm just going to sit here in silence while we'll clean stuff. Oh, no, that's the ceiling. Okay. Maybe in here? Also, please forgive my snack attack today. I don't know what's up with... Oh, no, I know what's up with me. I haven't had my usual, like, industrial quantities of coffee. So my body's like, hey, if we're not having 25 cups of appetite suppressant, congrats, you're now starving. Yeah, all I can think to do, because it doesn't make us redo areas, is then leave and come back again. Alright. Okay. Return to shuttle. And let's see what this gets us. Okay. Oh, All fungal contamination cleared. But we haven't found all the collectibles. So if we go back to the first bit, and then clean house. Okay. Scotty, wilder true. Wilder true. Okay. You know what? Some days, just let the game handle it for you. God, I lost my train of thought once again. What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about GOG, like maintaining something like GOG as a PR thing. Like, I think that's, personally, I think that kind of idea is smart, right? They say you can't buy good PR, but you can maintain excellent classic games. And if you do that, well then you're winning. Actually, I wonder, are these guys flammable? No, of course not. That would be too easy. I mean, God, can you imagine if Microsoft decided to start, like, maintaining their collection of classics? You know, all their in-house classic titles. And making sure those were all viable in, you know, modern Windows setups. Now, obviously, they're not going to do that because they want to sell the newer version. They don't want to make Flight Sim 98 playable in a modern environment because they want to sell you, you know, Flight Sim Forever Online. God, can you imagine if one of the things you could do in Powerwash Simulator is just start a fire? Just let nature take its course. Yeah? I Minnesota, they made Mech Commander, I want to say 2. That's completely open source. I'm getting cheese dust everywhere. I'm so classy. You know Will Overguard? Yeah, he's the classy one. Covered in cheese dust, talking about Mech Commander. Mech Commander, I have an invasion to get to. But that's where, like, the modern corporate parlance falls down, because there's no way to quantify goodwill in an earnings call. Even though we know that it works. We know that if you maintain things specifically for users, for consumers, and you don't ask anything of them in the process, they really like that. It's almost like people don't want to be sold to all the time. Well, Overgod, you mean the Tepig guy? No, never met him. Sounds made up. Just burn this place out. Oh, if that's goodwill, then when's evil will? Like, it is entirely possible to use marketing budgets and things like that for good. I was talking about this the other day of, for Konami's push for the Phantom Pain, they went to an individual who specialized in making prosthetic limbs for individuals, with the idea that this person would essentially create like an actual real version of Big Boss's limb from the Phantom Pain, and they just built a guy a prosthetic limb that he would not have been able to afford himself. That's really cool. Okay, so first things first, fire. Like, that's the kind of thing that you can, you know... Like, you can buy goodwill in that regard. Woohoo! Hell, giving away free versions of your old games when releasing your new ones is always a great move. Okay. So we cleaned this place out, but we didn't find the other collectible. Where are you hiding? God. Indeed, Moose, indeed. Sorry, Moose, I didn't know if you were doing like a bit there or what have you, but yeah, that's hecked up. So this is where we found the Leviathan Heart. Oh, by the way, Leviathan Hearts have not been explained to us yet. I guess we want them? Anyway. We cleaned the place out. Feel good. And Dustin, once again, welcome. So welcome to Ambrosia Sky. This is Powerwash Sim in space. There has been some kind of catastrophic event on what should have been like a cluster of space stations, you know, maintaining the farms around Saturn. We don't know what's happened. We don't know how all this fungus has broken containment and why. But our job is to go in, clear the whole place out, Powerwash Sim style, find out what happened to the crew, and where possible, record them for what's being called the Ambrosia Project. And it's really good. For a bit there, I was a little worried I was going to become completely... what's the word? Non-communicative. Because it's got that, like, chill... like... Shipbreakers, Powerwash Sim vibe. Okay. Okay, so we can now tether pull... Ooh, that'll be useful later. Hang on. Alright, so we've now cleared out the B-ring and the Welsh plant. So now we're heading to whatever Dr. Galbraith's spore harvest is. Which sounds like a space hoedown. Excuse me?
So the scarabs want viable seeds. It's smart, just not our purview. We pursue immortality, not agriculture.
Fuck. Hang on. In theory, I should just be able to do this. Nice. It worked. But yeah.
These are the seeds the scarabs want.
Okay. Oh, the Scarabs are the organization who are trying to work out, like, no, you know, how to make people live forever. So yeah, we've kind of been talking about lots of things. One of the things that I struggle with whenever and admittedly I have not had many people who have wanted consulting stuff in the last, like, year and change. But when I have had conversations about consulting, one of the things that I do better than a lot of my cohorts is the things that you can't immediately quantify and how they affect other things in a way that you can. See, GOG is powerful. GOG doesn't make a lot of money, but GOG does good. But when we talk about, like, the thing with Cyberpunk, you can't really hate CD Projekt Red. Like, you can't point to them and go, you are just a bunch of corporate bastards, because they can turn around and go, well, actually, we've been maintaining GOG this whole time. And then you're like, yeah, you have. Darn it. All right. Because, you know, GOG is not designed to maximize profits. GOG is designed so that we can all play old games. You. Silk is how people live forever, of course. Okay, this tether is the fucking best. Spot a fire, anyone? And there are other things in games and gaming, community-wise and otherwise, that can really help with situations that don't appear obvious, or can be the reasons why certain companies succeed and others don't. And some of these can just be as simple as how teams do their communication. Like, Warframe is fucking successful, and it's fucking good. Warframe has gone through many business models, many different ways of making money and bringing everything together. And some have been more successful than others, but their user base has been with them for it. Because the way in which they do the communications, the way in which they've been open about, oh shit, the list didn't work. Evening, Hawks. You getting you that Gabe cube, huh? Oh. Okay, I did not mean to create a super flamethrower there, but that's kind of rad. Not gonna lie. No, Fearless, 1000%. Warframe is a case study on community management because they took a community manager, listened to him, and let him do their thing. And now they have a level of community and, like, enthusiasm that, you know, you can't pay for that.
The botanists couldn't even control the growth here, in their own lab.
Okay, all good. Moose seconds, because the front of the Gabe cube is removable and customizable. And yeah, no, Favor 6, that sounds right. I mean, I know we tell this story multiple times, but it is worth remembering that Night Dive exists because one guy got angry on a trip to South America and emailed the insurance company who inherited all the IPs from Looking Glass when they went under. You know? Video games aren't... I mean, they've gotten better over the years, but who owns what? Used to be a fucking mess. And to Ethereal Madness, Watto and welcome. And Moose, we talked about it a little bit with the VR product stuff, like, I think it's going to be rad, but, wait, is that meat or chair? What are we looking at here? It's meat. Alright, I've got to stop using fire for everything. Fire can't be my only solution. But yeah, sorry. So Hawks and Moose and everybody. So we did talk a lot about the Gaben stuff earlier today. The Gaben Cube. I'm really excited for it. I don't need one. But we are potentially looking at an affordable piece of hardware that would allow a lot of people to play a lot of games, especially indie Steam games, at a time when people do not have mad bank, right? Like, I think that's really cool, and I think that's a thing to be genuinely excited about. The VR stuff is also very, very good in that it is a self-contained VR headset, but working in conjunction with the GameCube, it can... Working in conjunction with the GameCube, it can be used as a streaming box. Look, I'm a big fan of fire. Big fires, even little fires.
Beg your pardon?
The problem is I run out of fire. Well, so Hawks, before you came on in, we were talking about like how to build like the value of goodwill, like things that aren't necessarily measured in games, but have a huge demonstrable effect, i.e. we were talking about GOG and I kept getting distracted and talking about other things. See, right now, Microsoft is suffering the opposite problem, right? Which is that they are on negative goodwill with their user base. And unfortunately, that's not something that they can easily or quickly fix. You know? Oh yeah, no, so Moose, I wholeheartedly agree with you. A standardized hardware, a VR thing that already has a non-standard level of cert. Because I was thinking about this earlier. Certification testing sucks, right? And it doesn't seem to have stopped people putting out rampant shite on Nintendo and Sony hardware. Like, Steam...
I could have been working in his facility, reporting to Nat. That could have been okay. I like the dirt.
You'd be dead. Everyone's dead, Dave. Yeah, and cryosticks, it's been weird. And here's the thing. Before we continue, I just want to restate that here in the Longship, we do not hold allegiance to any platform. Platforms are a medium by which you play games. We hold allegiance to games and the people who make them. Alright? I don't care if, you know, the most dominant game system on the planet is a fucking ham sandwich. You know? Like, ultimately, a console without titles is just a piece of hardware that you don't play games on. AKA the 3DO. Yeah, I went there. I'm still mad. And so, yeah, I just wanted to prefix that before we continue, because we're not talking about, like, one platform being better than the other. I'm excited for the Gaben Cube, but I'm excited for the Gaben Cube because it will allow a lot of people who have lower incomes to be able to access a lot of really good games. Electric fungus escape containment. Nah, the tiny mushroom tried to bite me. I'm fine, it just hurts. Do not let the containment things bite you. Okay. So, Moose, at this point, the problem with video game stuff is it takes years to actually see how hardware choices and changes affect stuff. But what I can tell you is in the indie space, everyone is using the Steam Deck as a target. If you're making a game and it's coming out on Steam, it has to run on a Steam Deck. If it doesn't, like, you better have a bloody good reason why not. Sorry, just Jamami was saying Raspberry Pi dominant to the games market. Oh, it's there. We're just not allowed to talk about it on Twitch. Because then we would have to acknowledge that you can buy what is essentially a Raspberry Pi with every pirated 16 through to 32-bit era game on it. And that's a thing you can just buy from the same company that runs my very stream. Time for some fire. Oh, it's burning. Oh, it's burning. I know, Hawks. It's always good to see you, mate, and it's always good to talk about. You know, just spare a thought for the Half-Life fans in your life who absolutely convinced themselves that today was the announcement of Half-Life 3. I think I'm hallucina smelling the devil's lettuce.
No, I closed the window because somebody is fucking right below the window.
Just smoking a fat one.
Smoking their shit, which I would like people to realize is actually not allowed in the same way. You're supposed to be specific with something. You know.
Oh, look at this room. It's so clean. Man, could you imagine if this place was covered in horrifying flammable liquids? So yeah. Yeah, thanks to Rando Calrissian for lighting up a fat one outside the window. Wait, what's the other thing? Not thanks, that other one.
The other one is Rotten Hill.
Rest in peace. Half-Life 3's tomorrow. Trust. I mean, it could happen. But yeah, like I said, I'm very excited for it because it means some really good things. Man, it's fun to just set shit on fire and then wait for it to do its job. This game gets it. I should point out that this game does have like a timer feature on, which I have turned off because I want to just hang out with you lot. But yeah. It's interesting that, because Moose was talking about the VR stuff, and putting the other points aside, like, Apple's had its VR stuff, which, aside from a Batman game on Oculus, none of that's really crossed over. And I could not tell you if that's because I don't frequent VR circles or what have you. What I will say is that the VR circles that I tend to cross over with are people who are, you know, I wouldn't say fanatics, but the people who, you know, they're working on the cool, fun shit. They're playing like the really interesting stuff on there, and they have a dedicated space and a rig and all of that. You know, VR gaming is very much the purview of those who really, really want it. And that's fucking cool. I have nothing to diss. But like, I've not met anyone who has played Batman Oculus. Hawks keeps trying to leave and I keep pulling you back in. You don't get it, Hawks. It's a Hotel California. You can go, but you can never leave. Yes, Apple did price itself the fuck out of its own space. A lot of the tech space stuff has. What do you mean stop saying things you have to respond to? That's literally my job. I'm conversation guy. Least useful of all of the Batman villains. I'm up there with Calendar Man. Less coherent. Which one was, Scotty, which one was HoloLens? Because Microsoft had their, like, mixed reality one, which I actually thought was probably one of the closer ones to, like, having an actual use case, but what the fuck do I know? I'm just a bloke. Ah, Jesus. Okay, so I may have started a fire in the central room. Well, I don't even have to worry about it, it's fine. So HoloLens was the Microsoft one, yeah, early AR. Let's just move out of this purple hellfire. There we go. And Gideon, what and welcome, coming in. This is Ambrosia Sky, and it's fucking great. How are you? But anyways, like, this is one of those things where, like, we can talk about, like, the only thing I wanted to mention on that one was that HoloLens support was stopped. Sony did put out their PlayStation VR, but that, at least from a consumer/industry adjacent viewpoint, was treated probably in a similar manner as the... Ooh, wow, no. I burnt that shit. Alright, well, let's wait for that to char itself out. PSVR, at least from my humble opinion, I feel was treated in the same vein as, like, other Sony peripherals rather than as a main staple. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's unfair to say. The Connect. Oof. Too soon, friend, too soon. Rest in peace, Fable the Journey. It's not on rails. It's not on rails. It's not on rails. Hi, I'm still mad about that, and but I'm more mad about the NFTs. But anyway, I digress. Huh, I thought I saw a healing station right here. Scotty, that sounds right. But anyway, my point being is that I don't think we've encountered a situation where, like, a VR title has had enough impact. Beat Saber. Beat Saber arcades were definitely a thing, although I don't know how financially successful VR arcades are, because it's just, you know, that's not a sphere I spend time on. You know, I wanted to do the 40k one until I looked at the price of it, and I was like, no. I wanted to go with like, you know, like Tobias and Caffeine, and I mean, now I'd love to go with you. May have charred my suit. Alright, I'm gonna go heal. Scotty, possibly. I guess my point is, hang on. I'm getting way beyond my point here because we're just talking about the VR stuff. But anyway, the Steam frame is looking to be as much a VR headset as a blink. It's also looking to be a monitor. I don't want to say replacement. What's the right term?
These are our spore harvesting vents mods. But if the botanists here were trying to understand the crisis, then where are they all?
They're dead, Dave. Everyone's dead, Dave. Okay, and this grapple upgrade was the fucking smartest thing I've gotten all day. Apart from a cup of tea. That was pretty smart. Okay. Okay. And Deus, what unwelcome? How goes it? Deus, we're gonna make some cool videos soon. I'm trying to decide how spicy I want to be on one video project, but that's an off-stream conversation. Oh, we were just talking about the Valve announced stuff and other things that have been going on. I hope you're doing splendid. I accidentally started a reactor fire. Like, don't even worry about it. And most, like, that's an excellent point. Like, using it as a monitor replacement does put it in a very, very different space. But I just, again, I cannot state how, like, VR stuff is great fun if you get the chance to play it. It really is. You know, you get to do cool in-universe shit, and that's rad. Developing for VR, like, that needs to be a fun thing you do once you are already violently wealthy. Alright? I know one guy is working on a VR title, and you know, best of luck to him. You know, it's not going to be a crowded market, that's for sure, but oh, that's poisonous cloud. Okay, now can we burn off poisonous clouds? Like, that's all I wanted to add. Like, I love the VR stuff that I've got to play. I highly recommend it if you get the chance. Like, and if it doesn't make you sick or the ilk, just don't bet the farm on developing a VR game. We lost so many devs who were told that it would be the next paradigm. Rest in pepperoni. So many studios. I always hated when people would point to Boneworks, and be like, "Oh well, you know, these peeps made it in VR." And I'm like, having made their millions in a wildly successful YouTube channel. Yeah.
Oh no, Harmony. I'm sorry you felt responsible for saving the cluster.
We collect the spores, we cross-pollinate spores with farmers to grow fungus. We eat the fungus grows, the fungus sees us eating it, and the soil that its meat rots under our feet. Jesus. Cheers up. Last of parties. There we go, that should power the turbine. Okay. Fuck.
Maz, I found the botanists. This place became a tomb.
Okay. Okay, should I use one of those canisters to create some kind of explosive fire chain reaction? Oh, damn. I'm just checking the cause of death on these. All of it is cluster lung. So they basically breathed in spores that then made a colony and then exploded out of them. But I'm looking at that over there and I'm like, you know what? I'm not made of stone. Whee! Self-cleaning fungus. It's cleaned with fire. Yes. No, Deus, you're entirely right. You know, the Valve thing coming could be really cool, but it's not. Excuse me. It's not going to change. Oh, that's just a whole ass human skeleton there. Damn, dude. Got eat. That's not a human skeleton. Cool. He's not okay. mean, we don't actually know much about the spores and what they can and can't do, like, on a fundamental level, so, you know. But no, so, like, making games for VR is awesome. Playing VR experiences is awesome. But they are, once again, limited to a very small subset of users. They are incredibly expensive to make. And until those things change, I would not recommend creating for them. Now, if we want to talk about how fucking cool and fun they are, that's rad. But there is no mass adoption of VR. It's not coming. I'm not trying to be a dick about it. That's just how it be. Because when you think about it, like, mass adoption requires VR to be valuable. Which, you know, and VR don't make money. Not in the way that, say, like, you know, fucking mobile games make money, you know? Making what we already can accessible to more people is what makes cash. Okay, it sounds like there is something nasty down here, and oh, there he is. Vernon says, and that's why I have a brain chip, which may or may not be the innards of a Game Boy Advance SP lodged in my head. There was an accident. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Yeah, so things like Skyrim VR, for example, that's a good use case. Because you already have an existing title that did very well. I'm told the Hitman VR is very funny. Like, you know, there's definitely stuff there that can be done real well. But the thing is, like, you're adding VR functionality to something that is already a very, very successful product, meaning that your most engaged users are now playing it in a new way, which gives it a new lease of life, and it's going to breed some very, very funny things. Damn. We unlocked a collectible in the toilets. At least I assume this is the toilets. What else it could be? A haunting closet of sorts. Yeah, Gideon, that's what we don't know. We don't know... Like, cluster lung is what is killing them, but how does cluster lung work? How does it kill them? We don't know. It appears to be like a special species of fungus that they were growing that's so aggressive it grows out of a person. But we're still investigating. This is only the 3rd level. Okay. Harvesting was successful. Return to the airlock. Well, let's have a look up here first. So the interesting thing about this is that there are story beats and there are characters to find. Also, things called Leviathan organs. Fuck knows what that is. But once we've gotten everything, we can come back here and clean out all the fungal infection. So that's where the kind of the Powerwash Sim elements come on in. But Deus was saying, Beat Saber, phenomenal. Perfect use case. Using it to train Networking students for Cisco. Skyrim's report fun. Skyrim if it weren't already a full game, multiple releases, fan base. Fuck no. Yes. So yeah. Again, probably sounds like I'm shitting on VR stuff here. It's just anytime we start talking about VR, people start thinking about what could be, and that's awesome. Like, that is a level of creativity that I'm all for. But a lot of the time, that discussion about what could be does seem to interrupt people's noggins in terms of what is. You know? Well, guess who fixed the gravity? I wish I hadn't fixed the gravity. Okay. Crud vapors. Ow! Ooh, we're doing some swinging. Ah, piss. Piss! Alright, thankfully there's no full damage. Otherwise I would have been royally fucked there. Okay. So I guess we got ventilation going and a bunch of other stuff, so we might have cleaned this out. See what's going through. Anyway, jumping back.
They couldn't figure it out. Our best botanists and they just don't know why the crisis happened.
And here you are running around breathing in these spores. This is such a smart and great idea. But yeah, I do think that the Steam announcement stuff today is good. I'd be curious to know folks who have used like the Steam pad, the Steam gamepads in the past and really liked them.
Nat's still alive. Or Harmony. I need to find one of them. They might have answers.
You are very optimistic here. Should I clear it? No. So I missed some of the fungal infection. But now we've got the BUT communication tower, the community center and mining outpost, Dr. Fadal's clinic, and the B-Lab ring. Ooh, the Stargazer. Stargazer's black box. I'm gonna go back to here and, hang on, craft some stuff first. I'm gonna go back to there and try and clear out some stuff. Oh, damn. Oh, we've nearly finished all the upgrades. Go us. Yeah, so, yeah. Okay. I mean, Gideon, we've got those weird little, like, tactile pads on the Steam Deck. I don't like them, but someone must, right? Okay. I mean, total clean only 61%? Alright, somebody get the fire. I wonder... Is there an area we didn't find? I don't think so. I mean, there must be, but damn. And Baron? Nerd! Takes one to know one. Oh. Sorry about the tables. Oh, but yeah, Baron, I hope you're doing splendid this evening. I mean, I say talking, I'm getting pulled into a Powerwash Sim-like fugue state. This is Ambrosia Sky, which is basically Powerwash in space with some sci-fi elements. And it's good. It's a little bit immersive sim in, like, solving puzzles and finding cool hidden shit. Okay, spore harvesting vent. Okay, so we did clean this area. No fall damage. No fall damage. And this area was fine. Huh, that's just this area. Alright, well, let's bust out the flamethrower. Oh man! I'm out of flamethrower. Oh. There may be no fall damage, but please watch out for winter, spring, and summer damage. You have a vulnerability to at least one element. Okay, you're right, but firstly... So yeah, there's something left in here, which is what we're trying to clear out. I'm not looking. And besides, if Little Fire wants to put a poster up behind, that's fine. Nova's trying to psych me out. Nova's like, Will, why'd you let Little Fire put that poster up behind you? I'm not looking. This guy got his hand trapped. There's like one bit of fungus in this room and I haven't found it yet. How's the power washing? You're fine. Both.
Yeah,
See what I did there? I took it, I turned it around. What's up? I think we got it all. I'm not sure. Hang on. Oh. That annoyingly, I get it.
Everything's fine. Just do your thing. Don't mind me.
Okay. Little fire's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, I only get a little bit of extra lightning and a little fire to make this work. See what I did there? My only frustration with this so far is there isn't a way to like reload your cool gel in the mesh when you're in, so you have to kind of like quit, come back. Which I mean, fine. Okay, so powerful harvest, fast lightning. Here we go. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. For those of you who just got here, so what I'm trying to do is power this thing with this little cable. So that's 1. And now we power this. Okay. Alright. Well, so that cleaned the air scrubbers. I was thinking, will it let us in here? But nah. Alright. So in here, somewhere, there is a tiny bit of... Oi! There's a tiny bit of fungus in here somewhere. We have to find it. It could be up here, but... Yes, alright. So there we go. In this instance, that stuff did actually count. Okay. We did it. Okay, so here's my question, friends. What strikes your fancy? We've got the clinic, the Stargazer, the community center and mining outpost, B-Ring Lab, quarantined, and the Fat Communications Tower, or Bahat Communications Tower. Fat Tower. You know what? I knew it as soon as I said it. Sorry, Edwin. We're going to Fat Tower. Fat Tower, Flat Eric. All right. So what are we doing? Oh, we're on Seed Hunt again. Well, that's interesting. So I've unlocked additional tanks of goodies.
People forgot about us, you know? We fed humanity, and then when more people settled in from the cosmos, they just moved on from us.
Okay. Hey, a good evening to you, Restless Roots. How goes it? Want to start a fire? Maybe a little fire? Oh, shit. But yeah, Restless Roots, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What are you up to? Tell me your tales. Is that close enough to catch, or do I have to just do a little... We're burning stuff. Oh, you're right. Starting fires is fun. And spending time around them. How was your stream? What are you up to? Welcome to Ambrosia Sky. This is Sci-Fi Powerwash Sim. Oh, shit! Restless Roofs saying their wife's going into Tactical Breach Wizards. Fuck yeah. That's, I always hate, I keep blanking on his name. Ow. Alright, well, that crystal's porked. It's not Dan Pierce. Dan Pierce is a different mate. God darn it. So, the same person who did Tactical Breach Wizards, for those of you who might not know, also did Gunpoint, which is amazing, and Heat Signature, which was phenomenal. Oh, alright. Here's now. Tom Francis, thank you. Hi, my name's Will, and I often forget my friends' names.
Isla Bot? I knew her growing up. She had a crush on Maeve.
Ew, not Maeve. Yeah, Tactical Breach Wizards, excellent characters, excellent writing, just a fucking brilliant game. You know what's interesting? I found that I enjoyed Tactical Breach Wizards a lot more than Chimera Squad. That's interesting. The door was overpowered before, now it's underpowered. There we go. God. You know what? I'll do you one better. I think Tom should just take over GDC. I think it'd be a better GDC. In today's episode of starting a fire and not knowing where it will end up. I feel like we almost need to turn off the... Yeah, we almost need the gravity off. But yeah, so Restless Roots, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Over here, we've been playing this, and I'm kind of doing battle between how much I'm liking this and and trying to hold a conversation. Because this is... Ugh. God. Shit, make me dizzy. This is definitely the kind of game where I have to struggle not to be too enraptured by it, you know what I mean? Ma'am. Okay. It's very good. It's very good. This is the strawberry shortcake variety hour. No, that's 2 streams over. Sorry, you've taken a left turn at Albuquerque there, my friend. I couldn't possibly comment, Jackie. Anyway, Watto and welcome. But yeah, so Restless Roots. Game news today has been good. Like, a bunch of games have been selling really, really well. With both Dispatch and Ghost of Yotai selling really, really well. Which has been very heartwarming. Sorry, I gotta burn the meat. So Fearless, that is an excellent point. No one's come up with a term that I really liked. The prevailing term has been dad game, to refer to like cleaning games and mowing games and all of those. It is interesting, and Little Fire and I were talking about this, how like Powerwash Sims kind of become the Mac Daddy in the space. Oh. Even though Viscera Cleanup was really where it started.
The fungal crisis got to the comms array here. Moz, they're lucky any evac signal got out.
I mean, no one made it out, but still. I mean, Jackie, we have, but I'm more than happy to talk about it some more.
Dad made this a broadcast tower. He was so proud of who we were, of what being from here meant.
Wash the lights. Janitorial games? Ah. Anyway, it's one of those things that unfortunately
never knew to leave.
like the industry will come up with a few terms. Users will eventually decide which term they like. As our culture is known to not necessarily pick the best names. Looking at you, Souls likes. Dad simulators, not to be confused with shower with your dad simulators. Do you still shower with your dad? No, it's like the simulator has become a descriptor, not a genre, which I think is interesting. Except for when talking about something like flight simulators. Because racing games aren't called car simulators. But a blank sim could be anything. Man, that sounds like something nasty here.
Maeve was always just as stubborn as me. You'd like her, Mom. Isla. I bet you were better to Maeve than I was.
You know what? Yeah, I'm turning gravity off. Gravity's for nerds. Sorry, gravity nerds. You'll get no love on this channel.
My grandfather's notes from when the cluster was first settled. What a completely different time.
Oh, there's a... Ow! Nasty bastard. Not cool. Not cool. Anyway, jumping back. I don't know if anyone has come up with a good term for, you know, Powerwash Sim, and we played... Admittedly, I played it on stream. Little Fire played it themselves yesterday, day before, but we both played Leave It Alone, which is a leaf blowing game where you just clean up leaves. That's it. That's the whole game. And it was really good. Like, I don't want to dismiss them as all, like, you know, OCD fuel or anything like that. There's just something that fits into the way of the gamer in which, I don't know, getting to just have a demonstrable effect on an environment in a positive way that rewards you for it feels good, you know? A smarter person than myself could probably tell you what the psychology of that is, like where it comes from, why it's satisfying. You know what I mean? But I would also say that one of the things I love about, you know, putting together little Gundam models and stuff like that is that same feeling of completion combined with having an object at the end that you have made. I know it seems really dumb, but Powerwash Simulator's great strength that does not get discussed enough is how, when you finish a level, it gives you that little time lapse. That is not nothing. I mean, Fearless, I remember the loveless years very, very vehemently.
I'll find Maeve. I promise.
While others studied the having friends and a good time, I studied the game. Okay. Yeah. One thing that's really struck me, Verdant, is how, like, we had that knowledge, that info from Super Meat Boy. Like, the concept of, like, content as reward. And we didn't leap onto that as much as we could. But okay, by we, I mean, like, the royal industry we, you know what I mean? Found it. You know, I think about how one of the things that made content warnings so successful was the fact that it gave you that cool video at the end. Right, I think I cleared everything out. But obviously I'll come back and see, like, you know, let's find out what Will missed.
Muzz, I have to help. I can't just let the cluster die like this. I can't. It's too soon.
Homie, there's no one left. Sorry, our lead character here is talking about this like, you know, we can't let the cluster die. We have to save this. Everyone's dead, Dave. Okay. Oh, God. Might be time for a cup of tea. Oh, one of the other things to note about this, friends, is that this game, as excellent as it is, this is a part 1. So, no matter how much of this we play through today, yeah, I get that first time every time. And we're super going to the community center next. No matter how much of this we do, there is going to be more to it. Also, wait, when the fuck did Washy become the fucking... Yo. Jackie! Jackie... Winifred, Mothra, left-hand drive Winnebago,
I never met
Foxbutt.
before. Everyone thinks of the cluster as this small-town asteroid colony, but it was home to a lot of people.
Little bit of fire. Just a little bit of fire. Ooh. Ow. Ow, my bones. Oh, I'm in pain. Ah, they blew up my bones. Fire was a mistake. I am in severe pain. Is there a health station around here?
Tensions were never this high here before.
Is there a restart? Abandoned mission. There we go. Let's try that one again, shall we? I just had this feeling of like we were going to spend the rest of the mission beeping. All right. Community center, take 2.
Muzz, I never met Kai before. Everyone thinks of the cluster as this small-town asteroid colony, but it was home to a lot of people.
And if it blows, it blows. Edwin, there may be a pinball machine of suffering. Like, do you know what's stupid but I'm really looking forward to is, like, as video games engines become more ubiquitous and stuff like that, like, you know how it's really easy to make a craft and survival game in Unreal because they have that craft and survival pack that's really well put together. You know, I love the idea that other genres are going to get to be able to do stuff like that. Like, a lot of the fundamentals in this, it would be amazing if that was stuff we could just get off the shelf in Unreal. Because, like, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I still like the idea of doing something that's essentially a variation on Stargate Universe. Stargate Universe is not Hadouken! A happy, cheerful show for happy people. Oh, that's going to explode. I don't know if it's a show I can even recommend you, although Robert Carlyle does act his socks off in. But what I can say is that as a game concept, it's amazing. You know, a bunch of people with different skills, disciplines, backgrounds, like science, military, civilian, the whole shebang, all thrown into one situation where they've just got to work it the fuck out. I think that's really cool, and I have done for some time. Just because, like, with... Okay, we're cool. With multiplayer games, I like it when everybody gets to feel like they're a part of it. And I don't like it when it feels like, you know, you just exist to kind of... You exist as an accessory to the main person. So whoever has played the game the most is kind of your... gets to do everything, and the rest of you are accessories to that. I know we've talked about this before. I believe yours said the term in board games is called, like, was it quarterbacking or what have you?
I'm always proud of being one of humanity's first settlements. I never really thought about how special it was until I left.
Also, one thing that's interesting for those of you who may be, like, fans of The Expanse, how different the opinion is of this space station versus, like, the Belters. Oh, I was supposed to break that. Alright. Anyway. Hadouken!
Kai was a teacher here. They cared about this place. Its people, its future.
Why clear it off when you could burn it down? The Little Fire autobiography. Forward by Will Overguard. But yeah, there was just something Scotty said earlier on today that is like, as technology improves, we'll be able to have stuff like nanite and lumen and shit like that as standard. And that'd be really cool. It's like ray tracing's fine. Ray tracing makes a pretty thing look prettier. Nanite and lumen allow you to make big things with small teams. You know? Don't want to do LODs. Don't want to do global illumination shit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nanite and Lumen are going to do it for you. The problem is they're very, very resource intensive. And right now, there's a lot of indie games that keep cramming it in, like it's going to solve all of their problems forever. Sadly, it does not. But it'll be cool when we get to that point, you know? I'm gonna try not to rant about AI bullshit today, but because I've definitely had more than my state mandated 10 minutes. That's for fucking sure. But like, we don't actually want to be making less fun creative stuff in games. We just don't want to have to make the same creative stuff 5 bloody times. I mean, you wouldn't know it because it doesn't really get discussed, but being a 3D artist is great. You know, you do your concepts, you make models. Depending on how the art pipeline is for your project and how it gets implemented can be really fascinating. But what no one talks about is that then you do the low poly versions. You do the LOD versions, whatever the... Ooh! How do you feel about electrofungus kebab?
Things I'll never eat again. Were you one of Kai's students? Or a worker here?
But yeah, like, technology that means that you don't have to make the same 3D asset 4 times in increasingly lower densities. You know, stuff that means you get to spend more time making fun, creative shit. That's what we want. We don't want the fun, creative shit automated. I shouldn't be a... Nah, piss. I shouldn't be a lunatic for saying that. You know what I mean? Have you noticed how we get cause of death for everybody, but everyone has died of cluster lung? Dea said, and I quote, "My boss suggested for the second time this in months that I use AI to describe my improvements in communication with others. I vehemently turned down this. I should have asked him to reflect on the irony of that request. Yeah." Oh, cool. Flower. Or at least you should be allowed to, you know what I mean? Vershi, I work for science now. There's no one to stop me. Welcome back. Although the people who added the foam gun to Powerwash Simulator, like, they had to know, right? Like, they had to know. It's like when Splatoon did the Splatfest of mustard versus mayo. They must have known. Tricky. Maybe there's some manual overrides up ahead. Yeah, Gideon. We've learned a lot about a lot of people. And definitely, there's a lot of people who I used to hold in very high esteem that I will never again. Okay.
You must be Rhea. Did you stay behind because your people did?
My workers are getting injured. I need to help them. You need to teach them what they need to do to harvest spores safely. History doesn't help here. Do your job and we won't have any problems. Huh. Darn. Well, we've repowered the doors, so we can start exploring this place proper. Sorry, jumping back in, Data says, I've also had a date a few days ago that pulled out her phone and said she was going to use ChatGTP to choose what drink to get. Fuck, I'm kind of at a loss for the importance of ordering something and learning what you like, dislike by experiences. Jesus my fucking Christ! Outsourcing your enjoyment of life. I don't know what to pick. I mean, she could have been like, what do you recommend? Ask the bartender. Fucking hell.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh.
Wellity. Well, tis that time once again, the alleged undead rises for the month-long haunting.
Yeah. And it has been 2 years. Raven and... Oh, wait, no. Ravens and Bacon's got mangled.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Yeah. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I don't want to say the alerts are playing favorites, but damn.
2 years. Where TF did the time go?
Where that I knew, friend. Where that I knew. So, Bacon, thank you for 64 months. Although, I did want to say, and I know I said this before, I'm saying that, like, you know, you and Fearless have predated Mischief. So, seriously. And you've done, like, so much in that time. Thank you. You know, 64 months is a great name for a mock Nintendo game. And at a tier 3 is a lot of money, so thank you. And Raven, that's 2 years. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. Thank you. Bacon's not there! Don't you start! God, the burns are coming from inside the house. This is mildly horrifying. Oh, it's because I've got power back to the area, so the lightning fungus is regrowing. Yeah, I mean, Deus, at least that last, you know, saved you the trouble of asking for a second date. Or who knows? Maybe you got to talk to him and convince him, like, maybe don't do that. I don't know. I mean, at this point, friends, if you've been here for more than about 30 seconds, you've heard all my stories. My favorite one being that, you know, at a brewery in New Zealand, I had a saltwater...
Somebody I never met. Logs. I never should have looked.
I had a saltwater eel stout. It was not good. And it got progressively worse. Like, I cannot state to you how it started bad, but and by the time it was over, I regretted. But you know what? I have that story now, and I've told that story so many times. I've gotten more from that one pint in terms of tales than I have from anything else. I think that's really fucking cool. Huh. So a door can be overloaded in the open position. That's interesting. Oh, it's been a series of flags, just one in addition. Oh, I'm sorry, mate. That's how you know this was the cool future and not the sad future. Conversation, bouncy pits. Yeah. #1 breaker of ankles, but worth it.
Okay. I need to get it together. For Kai.
Wait, Kai was... Huh. There's some story stuff to get stuck into here, but... I guess we're kind of coming through the promenade backwards. Do you want to go to Quarks? Point of order, the #1 breaker of ankles was NFL wide receiver Randy Moss. Ah, the old... No, I've got nothing. Even the guinea pigs were calling me out for failing at that joke. I'm so sorry, everyone. I will tend my resignation at the end of the stream.
You
What's
must
this?
be Kai. Thank you. For helping everybody here.
So, the interesting thing about this game is, alongside with cleaning the fungus and finding out what happened, we're researching for this thing called the Ambrosia Project, which requires like human DNA samples from people who have volunteered like, ahead of time. But the other part of like the Ambrosia collection is almost like laying people to rest. So far, we managed to do one of the old grumpy farmers in one of the other parts of the space station.
Re-recording this because, well, things changed.
And what's fascinating is this like halo of books was created because I turned the gravity off, which I didn't have to do.
I don't want to leave it behind anymore, you know? It deserves to live on. So, to my future scarab, use only your best equipment. This body is worth it.
You know, the presentation is so wonderful. But what's interesting about this is it's, I don't know, it's the romanticism of the... It's the romanticism of the send-off, right? This isn't Mortuary's assistant. We're not looking at the realities of shuffling on. You know, we're here almost Unistyle to lay these people to rest. But these aren't people we knew. These aren't characters that we had a connection with. You know, we're a ghost drifting through this place.
Okay, Maz. This is me opening up. I don't know why I get to live when people like Kai are dead.
Oh, and if you only caught the start of this, so our character grew up here but left to join the Scarabs, who are a research operation trying to basically crack immortality. Alright. Is there any fire left? Yeah. Wow, that's just a raw power conduit. Okay. Damn. Firstly, I take it someone named Kai offended you as a child. I had a bloke named Felix try and fight me on the bus once because he thought I insulted his crush. It wasn't really a fight. It was a sad approximation of one. I didn't know I was in a fight, and he didn't know how to fight. That has eternally soured anyone with the name Felix for me, unfortunately.
Kai fought for their survival, and they still died. Maz, I know this is a job, but how do you keep finding it in you to go on?
Also, Maz isn't responding. What the hell, buddy? My dog was called Kai. Big fluffy German Shepherd, that. Alright, so I'm going to find a power source. Oh damn, this place is riddled. But yeah. God. I mean, jumping back. I'm always fascinated to hear your stories, Deus, of digidating and the ilk. I've never done it. And there are parts of it I find so bizarre. Woohoo! Be happy you've never been subject to it, fair. However, your presentation on why people should date you was one of the funniest fucking things I read. And the fact that that got pulled off of... I don't know if I should say...
My day at talk consisted, quite often, of the phrase, "Do I need to choke a bitch?" I send my hopes that the rest of the longship had a better day than I.
Oh no. Bacon, how much can you say? Because I feel the least we can do is listen. Especially with all the accusations of your untimely passing. And DJ Coyle, welcome back. What do you mean you broke the mower?
I hope that means most of the students evacuated.
Students aren't people. Oh, you didn't, the lawn did. Man, what the hell kind of grass have you been growing? Turns out it weren't grass, it was gravel, and I'm not allowed to borrow anyone's lawnmower again.
Kai fought until the end. They didn't want to give up their home.
Moles are one thing about the PNW that sucks. Don't blame it on the moles. Yeah, Avenger's right. You gotta stop feeding your lawn milk. You're growing those strong lawn bones.
Of course, Hale didn't take the crisis seriously. And people died because of her negligence.
Oh, God. Sorry, Orzine was saying, how many people here have had co-workers who either sing, babble, and yell randomly throughout the day, or whistled loudly through the day? I haven't had to deal with one of those in a while.
I'm sorry I got here too late.
Did he? Oh. Okay. Sorry, friends. Bear with me just a second. Sorry, we're scheming. And we can't scheme with you. You're only partially invited to the scheme off. friends, I am almost off. Just bear with me 2 more seconds. Back in a sec. Hello there. Thank you all for waiting. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, Spiller, sorry your sleep's all balked. This game's lovely and calming, so yeah, come on in. This is Ambrosia Sky. This is sci-fi narrative Powerwash Simulator in space. And I don't mean to be... I know I've used that description.
Are you the ruler? No, just the measuring tape.
God darn it. Akari, thank you for the 200. That's terrible. That's terrible. And Spiller, like, if melatonin works for you, then great. Gives me fucking...
I've never felt this lost on a job before. It scares me.
Gives me heinous nightmares, so I tend to avoid it. But I know some folks have had a lot of success with it. But one thing I do understand is accidentally being awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, so come on down. And Deus, I wanted to apologize. I've had friends on dating sites that don't like saying what the sites are because they don't want people on the internet to be able to find their profiles and things like that. I didn't mean to imply that you were part of some, like, secret murder mafia ninja dating website. Didn't really think how I was phrasing that one. Oh. Did we get it all? Ah, I didn't get all of the contamination. Huh. You know what? I've never been awake long enough after taking it to have that effect, but interesting. Alright. Yeah, I mean, that's the human condition, yo. Obviously, no one here has ever taken illegal substances in any way, shape, or form. But if they had, they'd probably say something along the lines of, like, it can drastically affect people in different ways. You know, like, any kind of chemical substances that affect the brain can have wildly different outcomes. But obviously, I've never taken anything like that that would affect, you know, someone in like a, you know, a psychotropic state or anything along those lines. I've never done anything like that, so I wouldn't know. You can't think your way out of a trip. But yeah, so Spiller, this is Ambrosia Sky. It's really good. I highly, highly recommend it. Right now, so I've just done the story mission in this area. Now we're going back and clearing out all of the fungal infection from the area, which is definitely easier said than done. So we've got to find it first. Oh, but there's one of the collectibles, so that's good. Scully went in the phase of chucking a CBD gummy down the neck before bedtime. Those are very good. For me, again, it just kind of comes into like a tolerance thing. Thanks an infinite fusion to pass the time. Wait, is that the new Lumi's game? Lumieres, or however you fucking supposed to say it. Okay, the alley and shops are clear. The air scrubber's going. Legend, you think Pokemon? I think gin. And DJ Coil, this has a similar vibe to Shipbreakers, though it doesn't quite have the same meditative as it. This is using those mechanics to make you feel something else. You're not a detective and you're not a explorer in this world. This isn't like Prey, even though it does have some immersive sim mechanics in. The best way I can describe it is that, you know, you're giving the last rites to a space station. You're here to... Oh, we finished cleaning. You're here to see this place off. Find out what happened, yes, but not to solve it, to fix it. There is also worth saying that in, gameplay, there is an option of use mission timers, which I immediately turned off, along with the head bobbing, because I know that makes a few of you ill. Oh, Pokemon Infinite Fusion. I don't know, I thought my thing was pretty funny. And yeah, Legend, you were right. My hilarity was once again unappreciated in my time, but you were right. Okay. So I think we've got time for maybe like... I shouldn't say we've got time. I think I've got it in the tank for like one more section. So we can do B-Ring Lab, quarantined. Or the Stargazer's Black Box. Dr. Falal's clinic is, you know, whatever. DJ Coyle said, man, Will is so much funnier than we are. I miss all his jokes. It's because they're moving so fast. They're on a trajectory that your normal brains can't comprehend. I'm just that next. I can't even keep bullshitting. God. Okay, I just had the darkest thought I will have to share with you all is that this winter season, spare a thought for all the sycophantic yes men currently out of work. If there's one job that's been replaced by AI, and there's people telling very rich people that their idea is good and smart and definitely worth doing. You know what? Fuck it. We're going into space. I want to see this black box. It is interesting. We've been at this for like, what, 3-4 hours? Okay. So this is going to be interesting because... like, we are... Oh, damn. So we blasted ourselves here via our ship.
Why am I out here? Looking for a black box? What do the scarabs want with it? It's out of our purview. A lot of what they're asking me is... It feels like grave robbing.
And again, if you just got here, so the Scarabs are the organization that we belong to. We aren't search and rescue.
Never forget, ChatGPT is currently telling the stupidest person you know they're absolutely right. Terrifying, isn't it?
mean, Scotty, me and Littlefire, we're on TikTok. We've seen. Kind of curious if this kind of liquid fire can propagate. Apparently, we can burn shit in 0G. I'm not going to question it because it's cool and awesome. And Scotty, thank you for the bit. Sorry, where are my manners? And I apologize for bringing in that dark topic. It was just like, I make these stupid jokes. I'm not a comedian. I know this. I talk a lot, and I love chatting with you lot, and sometimes I say things that are funny, in the same way that anyone who talks a lot with friends can be funny, you know? And very occasionally I am funny on purpose, and it feels amazing. But like, you know, we all know folks who are, you know, folks like Ben and Peeps, people who have, you know, practiced the art of comedy, the art of being funny on purpose. I think that's really cool. Damn, this is really impressive. And I don't consider myself thusly, but while I was making that joke about like, psh, none of you understand how funny I am, etc., etc., it then struck me that I could pay a robot in a disjointed facsimile of a human voice to tell me, no, you really are as funny as you think you are. They just don't get you. Like, that's some dystopian shit right there. The mods would rebel, yeah. Man, like, I've said it before, I'll say it again, that's why I'm so grateful to have you all. Because, you know, there's so many people in the Longship who, if I started to get a fucking lunatic ego on me, would kick my ass.
Me first.
Yes. Littlefire is calling first dibs on that one. But, I mean, that's as much as proximity as ability to kick my ass.
What is AI getting first?
How am I supposed to feel? The alien fungus thriving while everybody I know is dead or probably dying. Maybe I just need to come to terms with the fact that the cluster really is doomed.
Oh, and just again, like on story beats, one thing that's interesting is that while this character has done this before, this was where she grew up. Like, this is her, essentially her hometown. Yeah, this AI shit needs to get in line. Yeah. And like, okay, I promise today is not going to be, you know, we're not going to end talking about like generative AI stuff. It's just, you know, one of the things that's made today so great is we've been able to celebrate lots of creative games doing well. Like ones that specifically don't use generative bollocks. But what struck me is that, as a lot of people have commented, AI usage is rampant among C-suite and among management, right? And those are the people saying that this is a really good thing. Like, we should be using this more in our games. And I know it's not that insidious, but it fucking feels like some Zerg-ass shit. Tell them, Michael. Tell them to use the robot more. I'm a robot, and I'm telling you to use the robot. You're better and smarter and cleverer than them because you use the robot. Fucking hell. You know. As the days go on, I feel more and more like a fucking... like a Discworld character of the games industry, you know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, I didn't want to make it too depressing or anything like that. I just find it all very funny. Because I wonder if this will be what it finally takes to kind of put that whole strata, that class, finally in the ground. You know, they invented their own insanity machine to destroy themselves. And when everyone around them told them don't use the insanity machine went, no, you're right. It's everyone else who are wrong. Like, that's a level of sycophant that, you know, Disney villain sidekicks could only dream of. What was the name of the parrot from Aladdin? Like, yeah, he would have gotten the fuck out long before this.
You're worried about me? I don't know. Maybe I am losing it a bit.
Even Gaston's mate at this point would have been like, hey Gaston, I think you're listening to the strange little rectangle a little bit too much. And I've heard you tell people that you eat, 4 dozen eggs a day. You have a scrambly in the morning like everybody else.
The ship is heavily contaminated. I didn't know the fungus could live like this outside. The cosmic radiation.
The parrot is Largo. Okay, yeah.
It's almost like it's thriving.
Oh, anyway, my point being is that even the sentient parrot would have bugged out long before this nonsense. Cascading failure due to sensor opacity, clean optics. Well, we can do that. I think I've actually got to start treating this a little more like Powerwash Sim. Because I've kind of been just indiscriminately starting fires, which I don't think that's the smartest thing I've done all day. Solar output 0, aim at solar source. Okay, so the fungus... Okay, so the fungus grew so quickly that it choked out the... Let me set this
Nobody expected a cascade failure, especially as all Stanley had done was sneezed on the lens.
Okay, yeah. Ozzy, that makes a far better analogy. far better analogy. Anyway, I stand by what I say. Like, I think our little corner of the internet can be best described more as a Discworld analogy than anything else. We have a level of sardonic practicality and weaponized idiocracy that I shouldn't say idiocracy. A weaponized stupid that few strata could ever achieve. Bye! That's gonna ruin some planet's day one. Damn, someone came out here to fix it, and it... God. At least when it burst through their suit, that would have been quicker than slowly turning into a fungus over 2 days. Hey. Feels cozy enough over here, yeah. Okay. The ship's still a little on fire. Yeah, it could be more on fire. I barely even gone inside. Okay, what the shit? How is this? Okay, alright. Oh, fuck me. Alright, we're alright, we're alright. Hypothetically, I might have started a small fire inside an enclosed environment. Hypothetically. It's fine. There's no one to report me. There's no one left alive to report me to the insurance company. Ah, god darn it. All right. Which of these stars are you at again? Just asking for a bonk. Still trying to get the power rerouted. Oh, interesting. Alright, so we can power one half of the ship. Yeah, so the electrofungus can also siphon power away. Clear this shit up as best I can. Oh, sorry. Like I said, I apologise for bringing that dark topic in there. It was just that I had that moment of thinking like, oh crap. The insanity device would just tell me I was as funny as I think I am. Horrifying thought. I will say, this level is fucking cool. If you've been kind of like second screening this, so we found this derelict shuttle, like, and this whole thing has been wildly overtaken. interesting. And so we're reconnecting a whole bunch of stuff, I guess, to try and get this fucking power back on. But where I've been clearing off the engines, I may have actually broken some parts of this. Could see the laws of physics are on hold. Somewhat. With whatever's going on with this, it seems to be overloaded. With whatever's going on with this, like, universe, it's kind of a science almost at the point of magic. We work for the Scarabs. The Scarabs send in one-person teams to, you know, retrieve individuals who volunteered to be part of, like, an immortality project. We're not here to save folks. We don't even need to find out what happened. If we choose to, that's great. But that's not our job here. You know, we have this kind of like strange spray nozzle which has somehow a form of like flammable liquid that works in zero atmosphere. That is wild. So laws of physics stuff are kind of, yeah. I always forget the quote of like, technology beyond a certain point is indistinguishable from magic, but we're at that point. You know what I mean? We're not blue collar like in Shipbreakers. You know, we are the special society of scientists level.
Sure, I don't fully believe in the Ambrosia project, but that doesn't matter. I've always trusted the Scarabs, but now I've never doubted them before.
Any significantly advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke's third law. Thank you. And honestly, like, considering where we are creatively, I am very tired of having games and movies over-explain themselves to me so frequently. Ooh. Okay. Alright, so here's the black box of the Stargazer. Analyze debris of rings of Saturn. Deployment 3 crew. E. Clark. D. Isaac. T. Sarah. Impulse power engine engaged. ETA staging point. Terra 3 days. Solar storm of some type detected. Slingshotting around Saturn. Low grade debris. Returning to port of call. Debris is beginning to clog sensors and thrusters. Ion ignition lightly impossible. Okay. So it was a couple of days before these things started clogging up. Clark and Isaac engaging in 4-hour EVA to clear thrusters, necessary for us to get back to the cluster. They're gone. EVA was going fine. Clark noticed his leak first, but it got Isaac too. A pinprick that grew into a complete decompression event. There's something in the vacuum. Okay. So she reported that the next day, and then 16 days later. Batteries are dying now, our solar array is getting nothing. Clark managed to clean the sensor. We'll soon use the last of our juice for a read on the storm. Origin of the storm is Saturn, not a slingshot vector, but from the heart of the gas giant. A mass ejection event largely caused by a large storm in the gas giant itself. Escape velocity from an equatorial grade has to exceed 80,000 miles per hour. Entirely possible that sensor is damaged. That is 1/8 the speed of light. I've bundled up all the data. The storm will likely pass, but this data may be of use one day. Per aspera ad astra.
There's been so much death here.
And get you a black box that looks cool.
I found the black box, Maz.
Okay. Think of that send-off as reach for the stars. Ah, yes, the...
So small. Just inconsequential to everything. What am I doing here, Maz?
Thank you for that, legend. Definitely one of S Club 7's greatest hits. Hopefully some of the Brits are still alive. Reach for the stars.
Yeah.
Climb every mountain high.
They had a TV show.
They did. They also had an S Club Kids.
I also had a Barbie doll.
Huh. And now, much like this floating wreck, they are lost. The desolate careers of S Club 7, drifting liftlessly into the arcs of space. As the space whales sing. Legends. Okay, so legend was just translating the Latin for me. It roughly means that which you overcome makes you stronger. Also, S Club 7 lyrics. So I'm glad that we're covering this. Well, why did Little Sapphire stab you on a random Wednesday? No reason. Can't think of a sing. Nope.
Why is she screaming about S Club 7?
You're gonna be drifting off tonight and risking to start like whisper singing the S Club 7 lyrics. Eat shit, Jupiter. Kablam! When that hits in like 5 to 7 years, oh man, they're gonna be so pissed. Oh god, wait, Scotty, when you say the S Club 7 story isn't great, do you mean isn't great as in it is a bad piece of media, or there's some terrible dark secret about them that I did not know? I've got to stop making references to music in general.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So these canisters weren't broken, they were overloaded. Those were the two canisters that we needed to power to open the back of the ship. Okay. Oh shit. DJ Coyle was saying that per aspera ad astra, God, my Latin is not good, sorry friends, is, it's not just, what? It might be Bungie's motto. And considering there are no doubt ex-Bungie people working on this, boy howdy. Okay. But I think we clean this whole thing off. I will say that between this and oh man, we have to reset them? Alright. Between this and Shipbreakers, it is nice to have, like, big sci-fi stuff that isn't, I don't know, an automatic nightmare? You know, when you think about the kind of games where you'd get to do this around a derelict spaceship, where usually sci-fi action, sci-fi horror, you know, that idea that if there's one thing that you can do in space that's scarier than anything else, is be outside in space. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, DJ Cool, that's one of those ones that they'd probably never admit it, but there is no way that was coincidental. So the only thing that I can think of, right, either they had a fungal infection before they took off, and it took root during the travel, or the nightmare fungus is actually coming from Jupiter, which I just bombed.
Why are you bombing? You know what? It's better I don't.
Do you want plausible deniability? How's that for timing? I finished my little session as well. But friends, I am going to bring our adventures to a close, but as you probably noticed, my ability to converse has dropped off a cliff. And while this is just chapter 1, yeah, I need to get out. You know, there's 2 more levels. There's 2 more levels in this, and then whatever the final piece of the ring. I don't want to spoil it. Because, like, how many Powerwash Sim-like games are there? And of those, how many Powerwash Sim games are there that actually have a story, a plot, something to it? Yeah, no, Edwin, it has been a meaty amount of game. And again, this is only part 1. I think the reason they're doing like this is to try and generate funds, like get the project up and going. So, you know, please recommend this to your folks, you know. The background menu reminds you of Forza. Look, Scotty, it's no Riders in the Storm Snoop Dogg remix, but it has its charms. And Legend, thank you for dropping the link in there. Even just give it a wish list and just tell people about it. Sorry, I was just looking over here to bring things to a close, and I saw a YouTube video, The Return of Final Pam, 12 hours ago. Final Pam has broken containment. May God have mercy on us all. I'm just having a quick look and seeing who's streaming and who we can careen into. But this was really good. I really want to see this game succeed, and I want to talk about games where we're getting to reevaluate like themes and styles and games we haven't. Themes and styles we've done before, but with gameplay we haven't. You know, this isn't a shooty gun bang survival game. This isn't a threat and a nightmare. We are providing the last rites to a space colony while trying to decipher a mystery. There's something about this I feel more like an archaeologist going through the long lost tombs. I don't know. Alright. I'm going to be thinking about this game for a good while, and I'm certainly going to be talking about it. But I also, like, whatever is coming, whatever this strange... whatever this ends up being, I don't want to spoil it. Does that make a weird sense? And Scotty, when the hell did you get the Yaldum? Oh, probably mocking me with bits. Can't believe you've done this. Well, I think I've done a pretty good job of holding a conversation, though. I thought this game was going to absorb me to a point where I was just going to end up sitting here monosyllabically ignoring you all. So yeah, I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back. Right! So I'm going to roll credits and say my thank yous. Then we're going to pop downstairs and get ourselves, I don't know, we say like chicken alfredo-y. It's going to be good for having pasta. As for where to go next, as for where to go next, I have three choices while I roll credits. I can offer you a platformer, Skytrain, or just some little mini painting. Okay, scratch that. Alright, feck it. I'm going to pass you over to Hero to the People, Dan Jones, who's playing Metroid Dread. Alright? The mini painting person stream just crashed. And the other one was just about to run like a 15-minute ad break. And I'm like, you know what? Feck it. I'm going to go hang with DJ. Because, like, I like DJ. He's a good person. It's just, I try not to do this thing where we're always raiding into our, already very successful friends. Try and mix it up. And also that way, when you lot pick where we're raiding, I don't have to feel guilty. Okay, so friends, that was Ambrosia Sky. Whether you spent the entire day just lurking happily, whether you've been nattering along, or whether you decided to chuck actual cash money dollars at my stupid face to keep this whole operation going for another day, I want to say sincerely, thank you. Alright? Not every day is bombastic boss fights and banter. Some days we float in space and we do cool shit. To Saren, Kimball, Angel Kalina, Jamami, Mecha Noel, Washi Washi Washi, Raven Daydreaming, and Bacon Avenger, whether you were gifted a sub, whether you were hunted by House Carl or celebrating 80 plus months, thank you. And to Scotty Doggy, Eriman, Akari Zero, Vanderbeast, Sumnumble, Simple Chaos, Bacon Avenger, J Post, and Wolfgrad, thank you for throwing bits in. Bits and donations are literally what allows me to pay rent and eat. You fucking legends, thank you. Thank you to Restless Roots for bringing in a raid. And give them a follow, friends. I keep forgetting to shout them out, and I am a terrible friend. But please change that. Not me being a terrible friend. There's nothing you can do to stop me from being a disaster, but give Restless Roots a follow. And last but by no means least, to the hard-working, woefully undercompensated moderation team. To Nova, to Caffeine, to Moose, and the ever-elusive Tal. Thank you all. Alright, I couldn't do it all without you. Also, just as a quick last FYI, yes, we know that Friday is the one-shot Desert Bus. Fuck yeah, I hope they do feckin' awesome. If there are any, like, charity events or the ilk, or fundraise requests and whatnot, please, please, please talk to Nova about that one, just because I've not... Making sure that either things that are coming through aren't scams, or that, you know, good-meaning people haven't been hoodwinked by scams, requires a lot of research and a lot of time, and Nova has been really fucking kind and taken that one off my plate. So, thank you. Yeah. But yes, we know about Desert Bus. Right, friends, that's it. Tomorrow I'm bringing you Verho. A very Kingsfieldian experience. Is it going to be the next Lunacid for us? Who knows? But I tell you what, no one else has played it. So yeah, that's it. And that was Ambrosia Sky. I'm going to throw you over to Hero to the People, Dan Jones. So yeah, whatever you do with the rest of your evening, I hope you have a splendid one. Thank you all so much. And that's it. Yeah. Imagine an alternate history where streamers were kind of like late night TV show hosts, and we had like a live band. They have to like play us out at the end of the stream. Do you think we'd have a live audience in that situation? Like there'd be the audience and the band, but then also from the stream?
I sure love
But instead of like having a guest, we're just playing a game. I bet I'd have a better catchphrase. Or do you think I'd still have what ho? What ho, everyone? I'll probably have to fight John Oliver for the title of Brit. I think I could take him in a fight. I think I could beat John Oliver in a fight. But let's never find out. Oh, what if he's secretly like really squirrely? Like a proper pub brawler. These are the important questions. Alright friends, let's go say hi to DJ. I'll see you all tomorrow.